High Stakes Love by Tyla Walker.
Renee Foster didn't come to the table to make friends. She came to win.
But when Renee takes Adrien down at his own game,
She sets off a game she never intended to play.
Adrian Blackwell doesn't lose.
Not in poker, not in life.
Definitely not to someone like Renee.
He's not sure what irritates him more.
Her poker face or how hot she is.
To abide by the rules and guidelines in this platform, all of the spicy scenes have been taken out. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to bring you free daily content like this.
But you can find the good stuff at TylaWalker.com. Get 40% off with code SAVE40.
Please like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps Miss Tyla's channel and audiobooks grow.
Thank you for listening to Tyla Walker's High Stakes Love. Chapter 1. Adrien. Every game starts the same way. The shuffle of cards, the rattle of chips, the low hum of tension in the air. I control the room before the first bet is placed. Every flick of my wrist, every casual glance, reminds them who owns this table. Tonight's no different. A finance major across from me, the kid can't be older than 19, is already sweating through his shirt. He glances at his cards like they might save him. They won't. I lean back in my chair, cool and unbothered, twirling a poker chip between my fingers. "Raise," I say, tossing another 100 into the pot. The kid flinches and I smirk. Too easy. "You're playing with your food again," Jacob mutters from his seat beside me. He's not playing tonight, just watching, his whiskey glass half empty in his hand. His tone is amused, like it always is when I'm in the zone. "What can I say?" I reply, my voice low and lazy. "They keep lining up for it." Jacob chuckles, shaking his head. "You're impossible." The finance kid folds, of course, and I rake in the pot with a practiced grin. Another small victory to add to my pile. But then, just as the dealer starts the next round, the atmosphere shifts. "Cocky, aren't we?" The voice is smooth, cutting through the room like a knife. I glance up, my hand pausing mid-reach. She's standing near the doorway, her silhouette sharp against the dim lighting. Her eyes, dark, calm, and completely unreadable, lock onto mine like she's already sizing me up. "Depends who's asking," I say, leaning forward just enough to get a better look. Her lips quirk into the faintest smile, and she steps closer, her heels clicking against the floor. The room is silent now, every pair of eyes following her as she moves. "Renee Foster," she says, her voice steady. She pulls a set of poker chips from her bag, placing them on the table with a deliberate motion. I heard this was the table to beat. Thought I'd see if the rumors were true. There's a ripple of murmurs around the room, but I don't react. I don't give her the satisfaction. Instead, I tilt my head, studying her. She's got the kind of confidence that most people fake, but never pull off. It's in the way she stands, the way she meets my gaze without flinching. "You play?" I ask, keeping my tone casual. Her smile widens, just a fraction. "I guess we'll find out." The dealer looks at me, waiting for my call. I wave him on. "Dealer in." Jacob laughs softly beside me, swirling his whiskey. "This is going to be fun," he says, more to himself than anyone else. The first hand hits the table and I barely glance at my cards. It doesn't matter what I'm holding. Not yet. The real game is just starting, and it's not about the cards. It's about her. Renee picks up her cards, her face perfectly composed. No tells, no flickers of emotion. That alone is impressive. Most people give themselves away without realizing it. An anxious tap of the finger, a twitch of the mouth. But her? She's a blank slate. The guy next to her, some econ major I've seen here before, folds immediately, muttering something about not taking risks. Amateur. I raise by 100, throwing the chips into the pot with a flick of my wrist. "Your move," I say, meeting her gaze. She doesn't hesitate. "Call," The next card flips, and I glance at my hand. A king of hearts. Solid, but not unbeatable. I raise again, pushing the pot higher. Renee matches me without a word. Her expression doesn't change, but there's something in her eyes now. A spark of challenge. You're calm, I say, leaning back slightly. You always this steady, or are you just trying to impress me? Her lips twitch, like she's holding back a laugh. I don't need to impress you. I grin, unable to help myself. She's good. Better than I expected. The final card flips. A 9 of spades. I glance at my hand, calculating the odds. A straight. It's not the strongest hand I've ever had, but it's enough. I push the rest of my chips into the pot. All in, I say, my voice calm even. The room goes still. Everyone's watching her now, waiting to see what she'll do. Renee doesn't blink. She pushes her chips forward, matching my bet. All in. Damn. The dealer flips her cards first. A flush, queen high. The room erupts in murmurs, but all I can hear is the pounding in my chest. She just beat me. I lay my cards down and her eyes flick to them briefly before she starts collecting the pot. Her movements are steady, unhurried, like this is just another Tuesday night for her. Nice hand, I say, forcing a grin. Thanks, she replies, her voice polite but distant. Jacob is grinning like a Cheshire cat beside me. Well, this is new, he says, raising his glass in a mock toast. Don't start, I mutter, leaning back in my chair. But as I watch Renee gather her chips, I can't help the flicker of curiosity in the back of my mind. She's not like anyone else who's walked into this room. And for the first time in a long time, I'm not entirely sure what my next move should be.
Chapter 2. Renee. The chips feel cool between my fingers as I stack them into neat columns. The murmurs around the table are already fading, but the weight of Adrian Blackwell's gaze still lingers. I don't look at him. Not yet. Control is everything. The first rule of poker is simple. Never let them see what you're thinking. I learned that from my uncle, who used to run games out of his bar in Queens. He told me the cards don't matter half as much as the face you wear when you play them. So I keep my face blank, neutral. Even as the rush of winning pulses through me, I don't let it show. Not bad, Adrien says, his tone casual, but there's something underneath it. A challenge, maybe, or curiosity. I glance up, finally meeting his eyes. Dark, intense, and just a little too cocky. He doesn't look like someone who's used to losing. Thanks for the game, I say, keeping my tone steady. Cool, detached. He leans back in his chair like he's trying to decide what to make of me. It's almost amusing, watching him try to mask his surprise. Almost. Jacob Stone, sitting a few seats down, smirks like he's in on some private joke. Well, that was fun, he says, swirling his whiskey. Adrien, I think you finally met your match. I expect Adrien to brush it off, but he doesn't. He just keeps watching me, silent and calculating. It's unsettling, but I won't give him the satisfaction of knowing that. I gather my chips, sliding them into my bag. I'd say it was a pleasure, but I don't want to lie. A low chuckle ripples around the table. Adrien's smirk widens, and for a second I think he might have a comeback ready. Instead, he just tilts his head, his gaze following me as I stand. Are you leaving already? He asks, his voice smooth and even. I glance at him, one eyebrow raised. Why? You need a rematch? Another ripple of laughter spreads through the room, and this time, even Jacob looks impressed. Adrien's lips twitch, but he doesn't respond. Instead, he lifts his glass in a mock toast. Next time, Renee. I roll my eyes, turning toward the door. I can feel the weight of their stares as I walk away, but I don't look back. The cool night air hits me as I step outside, a welcome contrast to the stifling heat of the poker room. I take a deep breath, letting the tension of the game dissolve. I don't usually play in places like this. The stakes are higher than I'm used to, and the crowd is, well, different. Privileged, overconfident, like Adrian Blackwell. But sometimes calculated risks pay off. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and I pull it out to see a text from my roommate, Claire. Claire, did you take all their money yet? I smile, typing back quickly. Me. Just one guy's ego? The truth is, I didn't go there just for the game. I went to remind myself what I'm capable of. Between classes, internships, and part-time jobs, it's easy to forget. But tonight, I proved that I can hold my own. Still, there's something about Adrien that unsettles me. Not in a bad way. Not entirely. He's intense. The kind of person who fills up a room without even trying. The kind of person who doesn't like to lose. But he did lose. To me. The thought brings a small, satisfied smile to my lips. Back at my apartment, I set my bag on the counter and start counting my chips. The hum of satisfaction lingers, but so does something else. Adrian's voice, his smirk, the way his eyes followed me, sharp and unrelenting. Get it together, Renee, I muttered to myself, shaking my head. Adrian Blackwell is exactly the kind of guy I don't have time for. Arrogant, entitled, probably thinks the world revolves around him. And yet, the way he looked at me wasn't just annoyance. There was something else in his eyes, something I can't quite place. I shoved the thought aside, focusing on the stack of chips in front of me. This is what matters. The game, the strategy, the win. But as I crawl into bed later that night, his voice lingers in my mind. Next time, Renee.
Chapter 3. Adrien. Losing isn't something I do. Not at this table, not in any game. It's not in my nature. And yet here I am, sitting in the same chair, staring at the empty space where Renee Foster had been a few hours ago. The room buzzes around me, but it feels distant, like background noise. A few of the regulars pat my shoulder on their way out, probably thinking I need some kind of consolation. I let them. What they don't understand is that it's not the money I care about. It's the principle. Jacob slides into the seat next to me, dropping his empty glass onto the table with a dull thud. Well, that was something, he says, his voice tinged with amusement. She got lucky, I mutter, my fingers tapping out a restless rhythm on the edge of the table. Jacob raises an eyebrow, leaning back with an exaggerated stretch. Lucky? Sure, if that's what you want to call it. I shoot him a glare, but he just grins. The bastard loves this, watching me squirm. You're not seriously telling me she's better than me, I say, my tone daring him to argue. He shrugs. I don't know about better, but she sure as hell outplayed you tonight. I snort, leaning back in my chair. Outplayed. The word grates against my pride, but I can't deny the truth of it. Renee didn't just win, she dismantled me. And she did it with a composure that most seasoned players can't manage. She's good, I admit, though the words taste bitter. Good? Jacob laughs, shaking his head. You're understating it. She wiped the floor with you and she didn't even break a sweat. Honestly, it was kind of beautiful. I glare at him again, but he just smirks, knowing he's untouchable. She'll be back, Jacob says after a moment, his tone softer now. How do you know? Because I know you, he replies, giving me a pointed look. And you don't let people walk away from your table without a rematch. He's right, of course. He always is, annoyingly enough. I stand, grabbing my jacket from the back of my chair. The game's over, but my mind is still racing, replaying every move, every bet, every flicker of expression on her face. The others at the table tonight, I can't even remember their names. But her? Renee Foster is burned into my memory like a brand. The night air is sharp as I step outside, the sounds of the city buzzing around me. My car is parked a block away, but I don't move toward it right away. Instead, I lean against the wall of the building, letting the adrenaline from the game bleed out of my system. She got under my skin. I can't remember the last time that happened. Most people at the table fold before the game even gets interesting. Even the ones who stick it out aren't really a challenge. But Renee didn't just play the game. She owned it. She owned me. The thought makes my jaw tighten. I pull my phone from my pocket, my fingers hovering over the screen. A text from Jacob pops up before I can do anything. Jacob, don't brood too hard, champ. You'll get your shot. I roll my eyes, slipping the phone back into my pocket. He's right. I will get my shot. The thing is, I don't just want a rematch. I want to understand her. I want to know what makes her tick, what gives her that edge. And if I'm being honest with myself, I want to see her again. Back at my apartment, I pour myself a drink and settle into the leather armchair by the window. The city lights stretch out before me, but my focus is somewhere else. Renee Foster. The way she walked into that room like she already owned it. The way she smiled. Barely, just enough to make you wonder if you imagined it. The way she played, calm and deliberate, never letting anything slip. I down the rest of my drink, the burn in my throat grounding me. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. Next time, Renee, I murmured to the empty room, a small smile playing at the corner of my lips.
Chapter 4. Renee. I'm halfway through a cold brew, my laptop open to a spreadsheet that refuses to balance, when I hear someone clear their throat. It's a polite sound, the kind that says, "I don't want to interrupt, but I'm going to anyway." I glance up, and there he is, Adrian Blackwell. The sunlight pouring through the cafe's windows catches on his dark hair, making it look annoyingly perfect. He's dressed sharply, as always. Crisp button down, sleeves rolled just enough to make it look effortless. There's a smirk on his face, the same one he wore when he underestimated me at the poker table. "Renee Foster," he says, like my name is some kind of secret he's just cracked. I blink, setting my coffee down. "Adrien," I reply, keeping my voice neutral. "What are you doing here?" He gestures to the line of customers at the counter. "Same as you, I imagine. Caffeine." I don't buy it for a second. This isn't the kind of place a guy like Adrien just wanders into. The cafe is small, tucked into a corner of campus most people overlook. I come here because it's quiet, because the baristas know how I like my coffee, because it feels like my space. And now, he's standing here in the middle of it, looking far too pleased with himself. "Right," I say, turning back to my laptop. "Well, enjoy." Instead of leaving, he slides into the chair across from me, leaning back like he owns the place. "Busy?" he asks, his tone casual. "Very," I reply, not bothering to hide the edge in my voice. He glances at my screen, his eyes scanning the mess of numbers. "Budgeting?" I frown, tilting my laptop slightly to block his view. "That's none of your business." He chuckles, and the sound grates on my nerves. "Fair enough. But you might want to check row 34. It looks like a formula error." I blink, glancing at the row in question. Damn it. He's right. I fix the error quickly, but the satisfaction I should feel is tainted by the fact that he pointed it out. I snap my laptop shut, leaning back in my chair to glare at him. "Are you here for a reason, or do you just like annoying people in your spare time?" Adrian's smirk deepens, and for a moment I think he might actually admit that he came here to bother me. Instead, he says, "I wanted to talk to you." "About?" "Poker." "Of course." "I think we've already covered that topic," I say, reaching for my coffee. "I won. You lost." End of story. He doesn't flinch. That's not how I see it. I raise an eyebrow. Oh, and how do you see it? As unfinished business. I set my cup down carefully, crossing my arms over my chest. Unfinished business? You lost. What more is there to finish? He leans forward slightly, his smirk fading just enough to let something sharper slip through. You're good, Renee. Better than anyone I've played in a long time. But one game doesn't prove anything. I hold his gaze, refusing to be intimidated. It proved enough. There's a beat of silence between us, the air charged like it was that night at the table. Play me again, he says finally, his voice low and sure. I laugh, the sound short and sharp. Why would I do that? Because you want to, he says, his eyes locked on mine. Because you're not the type to back down from a challenge. He's not wrong, and that annoys me more than anything else about him. Adrien, I say, keeping my voice steady, you don't need another game to prove what you already know. I'm better than you. His lips twitch, like he's trying not to smile. Maybe, but I'd like to see you do it again. For a moment, I consider brushing him off entirely. I should. I have no reason to entertain him, no reason to give him another chance to try and beat me. But there's a flicker of something in his expression, determination maybe, or curiosity. And despite myself, I feel the pull of it. I tilt my head, studying him. What's in it for me? Adrien leans back, that damn smirk returning. Name your price. I think for a moment, letting the silence stretch between us. Finally, I say, if I win, you don't bother me again. No showing up unannounced, no smug comments, no games. And if I win? He asks, his tone calm but edged with anticipation. You won't, I say simply. His grin widens, and for a second I can see the fire in his eyes. The same fire I saw at the table. Deal, he says, standing and holding out a hand. I shake it, my grip firm. His skin is warm against mine, and for a moment, I think I feel his thumb brush against my palm. Tomorrow night, he says, his voice lower now, more serious. Fine, I reply, pulling my hand back. Adrien steps away, heading toward the counter to order his coffee. I watch him go, my chest tight with a mix of irritation and something I can't quite name. As I reopen my laptop, trying to focus on my spreadsheet, one thought keeps circling in my mind. He's going to lose again. But why do I feel like I'm the one walking into a trap?
Chapter 5. Adrien. I wasn't lying when I said one game doesn't prove anything. Winning and losing, they're fleeting. A good hand, a bad call, it can all turn on a dime. But people? People are predictable, once you know how to read them. And Renee Foster? She's a puzzle I haven't figured out yet. The cafe meeting was a gamble, but it paid off. She didn't kick me out or walk away. She stayed. She engaged. That's all I needed. Now, I have 24 hours to prepare for round 2. I'm back at the table in my apartment, a set of chips in one hand and a deck of cards in the other. The air here is quiet. No buzzing whispers. No curious eyes following my every move. It's just me and the cards. The hum of my ceiling fan fills the space as I shuffle and deal out mock hands, each scenario playing out in my head like clockwork. Normally, this kind of prep is just muscle memory, something to pass the time and keep my instincts sharp. But tonight, I'm restless. It's not the thought of losing that bothers me. It's her. The way she carried herself at the table, like she had nothing to prove and everything to win. Most people crack under the weight of competition, but Renee? She thrives in it. Jacob strolls into the room, his uninvited presence as natural as the air I breathe. He leans against the counter an apple in one hand and his ever-present smirk firmly in place. "You're brooding again." I don't look up. "I don't brood." "Right." He bites into the apple, the crunch loud and deliberate. "That's why you've been shuffling the same deck for half an hour." I toss the cards onto the table, giving him a flat look. "What do you want, Jacob?" "To bask in the glow of your defeat." He grins, and I feel the urge to throw something at him. "I didn't lose. Not really." "Oh, really? Then what do you call it when someone walks into your domain and cleans you out without breaking a sweat?" I glare at him, but he doesn't flinch. He never does. "It's not over," I say, leaning back in my chair. Jacob raises an eyebrow, his grin widening. "You're serious about this rematch?" "Why wouldn't I be?" He shrugs, tossing the apple core into the trash. "Because she already beat you. Chasing her down for another game? It's not a great look." "It's not about the win," I say, though the words sound hollow even to me. Jacob tilts his head, studying me. "Sure it's not." I pick up the cards again, ignoring him as I shuffle. The truth is, I don't know why I care so much. Yes, she beat me. And yes, it stung. But this isn't just about getting even. It's about her. The way she stared me down like I wasn't worth her time. The way she walked away without looking back, her confidence unshaken. She didn't just win the game. She got under my skin. And I can't let that stand. The next evening, I'm back at the poker table. The usual crowd is here, a mix of regulars and spectators who come for the thrill of the game. The energy is familiar, comforting. But tonight, there's a buzz of anticipation in the air that wasn't there before. They know about the rematch, of course they do. Word spreads fast in circles like this. I lean back in my chair, letting the tension wash over me. I'm in control, always. Then she walks in, and the room shifts. Renee Foster moves with the same quiet confidence she had the first night, her presence commanding without effort. She's dressed simply, dark jeans, a fitted blazer, but she looks every bit as sharp as the first time we met. Our eyes meet, and for a split second, everything else fades. She approaches the table, her expression calm but unreadable. "Adrien," she says, her voice smooth and steady. "Renee," I reply, keeping my tone casual. She glances at the dealer, then at the empty chair across from me. "Is this seat taken?" I gesture for her to sit. "It's all yours." The room falls quiet as she takes her place, her movements measured and deliberate. She doesn't rush, doesn't falter. "Same stakes as before?" she asks, raising an eyebrow. He leans forward, resting his elbows on the table. "Unless you'd rather keep it friendly." Her lips curve into a faint smirk, and for a moment, I'm struck by how much she reminds me of myself. "Deal the cards," she says, her voice steady. The dealer nods, shuffling the deck as the first hand is dealt. This time, I'm ready.
Chapter 6. Renee. The room is humming with energy, the kind of buzz you can feel on your skin. It's not the cards, not the chips, not even the money at stake. It's him, Adrian Blackwell. He sits at the far end of the table, leaning back like the king of a kingdom no one else has the right to touch. There's a faint smirk on his face, his dark eyes locked on me as I approach. I don't falter. I don't hesitate. I won the first game, and I'm going to win this one too. "Renee," he says, his voice low and smooth, like he's savoring the taste of my name. "Adrien," I reply, keeping my tone even. Calm, detached. The table's full, the crowd buzzing quietly, but they're all background noise. It's just me and him now. The air is thick with challenge, and I can't deny the thrill that comes with it. I take my seat, setting my bag beside me. My fingers brush over the chips as I stack them, the cool ceramic grounding me. "Same stakes?" I ask, arching an eyebrow. He leans forward, resting his elbows on the table. Unless you'd rather keep it friendly. I smirk at his arrogance. Is that what he's after? Is this more than just a bruised ego? The dealer starts shuffling, and I let my focus narrow to the table. The hum of the room fades as the cards hit the felt. 1, 2, 3. I pick up my hand, my face a mask of neutrality. A pair of 10s. Decent. Adrien glances at his cards, his expression unreadable. His confidence doesn't waver, but that's no surprise. Men like him thrive on the illusion of control. The betting begins, and he raises almost immediately. 100. Bold, but not reckless. He's testing me. I match his raise without a second thought, tossing the chips into the pot with a deliberate flick of my wrist. His smirk widens. Feeling brave? I don't bother with a reply. The dealer flips the first 3 cards. A jack, a 7, and a 10. My heart jumps, but I don't let it show. A set, strong. Adrien doesn't flinch. His eyes flick to the cards, then back to me. You're calm, he says, his voice low. I shrug. You expected something else? His lips twitch, just enough to make me wonder if I've given something away. I haven't. The betting continues, the pot growing larger with each round. Adrien raises again, and I call without hesitation. You don't scare easily, he says, leaning back in his chair. I meet his gaze, unblinking. Should I? There's a flicker of something in his expression, amusement, maybe, or respect. It's hard to tell with him. The dealer flips the turn card. A king. It's a good card for me, strengthens my position. But Adrien doesn't react. He raises again, the pot now stacked high enough to make the spectators murmur. Big move, I say, tossing in my chips to match. Big stakes, he replies. The final card flips, a 3 of hearts. I glance at the board, my mind racing. The set of 10s holds. It's a strong hand, strong enough to win. Adrien's gaze is locked on me, sharp and unrelenting. He's trying to read me, trying to find the crack in my armor. Good luck. All in? He says, his voice steady. The table falls silent. Even the spectators stop whispering. I look at the pot, then at him. His smirk is gone now, replaced by something darker. He's not bluffing, at least not entirely. I could win, right now, but this isn't about winning or losing. I know better than that. So I sigh and put my cards face down. Fold. The spectators erupt, a mix of gasps and cheers, but I barely hear them. Adrien's grin is sharp now, his confidence fully restored. Good game, he says, his tone almost mocking. He reaches his hand forward, offering a shake, but I simply push the pile of chips toward him. Back where you belong, Blackwell, I say. On top by yourself. Congratulations. The satisfaction in his stare dims, and his hand falls over the chips, watching me as I grab my bag. The dealer is gathering the cards, but a glance over my shoulder shows Adrien stopping him to reach over the table and pick up my folded hand. It doesn't matter what they say. He got what he wanted. So why doesn't it feel that way? Chapter 7. Renee. The noise of the room fades behind me as I step out into the cool night air. The sharp bite of the wind stings my cheeks, but it's a welcome distraction from the tightness in my chest. He beat me, even if it's only because I let him. The thought circles in my mind, over and over, like an annoying pop-up I can't click away. I pull my bag higher onto my shoulder and start walking, the click of my heels on the pavement, punctuating the silence. It's not that I lost. I've lost before. Everyone does, eventually. It's the way I lost. To him. Adrian Blackwell isn't like the other players I've gone up against. He's calculating, sure, but it's more than that. He plays like he's out to prove something, and tonight, he did. I reach the corner and stop, leaning against the lamppost. The wind tugs at my hair, but I ignore it. My mind still replaying the game, the turn card, the raise, the all-in. I could have won, but I know that he'll just keep coming after me, keeping asking for a rematch to repair his ego. I pull out my phone, scrolling through my messages without really seeing them. Claire, my roommate, texted me earlier. "Claire, how's the rematch going?" I don't reply. I don't want to explain, because the truth is, it obviously wasn't just about the game. Not really. When I finally make it back to my apartment, the place is quiet. Claire's probably out, which is just as well. I toss my bag onto the couch and head to the kitchen, the familiar rhythm of making tea grounding me. As the water boils, I lean against the counter, staring at the tiled floor. I shouldn't have let him win. It's the thought I keep coming back to, the one that makes my stomach churn. I could have won, but I didn't. Why? The kettle whistles, snapping me out of my thoughts. I pour the water over the tea bag, watching the amber liquid swirl in the mug. Maybe it was ego, or pride, or maybe it was the way Adrien looked at me, like I was the only person in the room who could give him a challenge. That's what gets me. Not the loss, not the money. Him. I hate how much space he's taking up in my head right now. I hate that I can still hear his voice. Smooth and steady, as he pushed me into that final move. But most of all, I hate that part of me wants a rematch. The tea doesn't help. Neither does scrolling aimlessly through my phone. Finally, I give in and grab my laptop, opening a blank spreadsheet. Numbers, at least, don't lie. They don't smirk at you from across the table or call you out on your mistakes. I throw myself into the work, focusing on each cell, each formula, until the weight in my chest starts to ease. But even as the hours pass, his voice lingers. All in. The next morning, I wake up with a plan. I'm not going to let him get under my skin again. Adrian Blackwell is just another player, another competitor. He doesn't get to live rent-free in my mind, smirking and smug. When I get to the library later, my laptop under one arm and a fresh notebook in hand, I feel the weight of last night lift a little. Then I see him. He's sitting at one of the long tables near the windows, a book open in front of him. His sleeves are rolled up, and there's a coffee cup next to him, half empty. I freeze for a moment, my heart skipping a beat before I force myself to move. He looks up, and when his eyes meet mine, that damn smirk is back. "Renee," he says, leaning back in his chair. "Fancy seeing you here?" I want to ignore him, to brush past like he doesn't exist. But instead, I find myself walking toward him, my steps deliberate. "Adrien," I reply, keeping my voice steady. He gestures to the seat across from him. "Join me?" I should say no. I should walk away and find another spot, far from him and his smug grin. Instead, I sit. Because even though I hate it, part of me knows this isn't over. Not by a long shot.
Chapter 8. Adrien. I knew she'd show up. Not here exactly. Not the library. But I knew I'd see her again. Renee Foster doesn't strike me as someone who walks away quietly. And judging by the look on her face when I said her name, I was right. She hesitates for just a second before sitting down across from me, placing her laptop on the table with more force than necessary. A little show of annoyance. I can't help but grin. "Morning," I say, leaning back in my chair. She doesn't look at me. Instead, she flips open her laptop and starts typing, her fingers flying over the keys. "Adrien," she says curtly, her tone clipped. I let the silence stretch, watching her as she pointedly ignores me. It's almost funny How hard she's working to act like I'm not here. Almost. Why did she let me win? Are you always this cheerful before noon? I ask, my voice low enough to sound casual but sharp enough to get her attention. Her typing slows just for a second before she looks up at me. Are you always this annoying? Her eyes are steady, unflinching. If she's trying to intimidate me, it's not working. Depends on who you ask, I reply, my smirk widening. Her lips press into a thin line, and for a moment, I think she's going to pack up her things and leave. But she doesn't. Instead, she sits back in her chair, crossing her arms over her chest. What do you want, Adrien? Direct. I like that about her. Who says I want anything? She raises an eyebrow, the skepticism practically radiating off her. You don't strike me as the type to hang around without a reason. I chuckle, tilting my head. Maybe I just enjoy your company. Right, she says, rolling her eyes. Try again. I lean forward, resting my elbows on the table. Fine, I wanted to see how you were holding up after last night. Her expression doesn't change, but I catch the slight tightening of her jaw. It's subtle, but it's there. I'm fine, she says evenly. Losing a game isn't the end of the world. Not for all of us, anyway. Glad to hear it. I sit back again, watching her closely. The truth is, I didn't expect her to take the loss lightly. People like Renee don't enjoy losing, not because of the money, but because of what it represents. A crack in their armor, a reminder that even the best can stumble. But she's not broken. If anything, she looks more determined than ever, and that's what makes this interesting. Was there anything else? She asks, her tone laced with impatience. I shake my head, my grin never wavering. Not for now. She huffs softly, turning her attention back to her laptop. Her fingers hover over the keyboard for a moment before she starts typing again. I watch her for a beat longer before picking up my book, pretending to read. But my focus isn't on the words. It's on her. Because this isn't just about the game anymore. It's not about why she didn't play an excellent a hand. The library stays quiet, the muffled sounds of pages turning and keyboards clicking filling the air. I steal a glance at Renee every so often, watching the way she furrows her brow when she's concentrating, the way her lips press together when she's frustrated. She doesn't look at me again, but I know she's aware of my presence. When she finally closes her laptop and gathers her things, I take that as my cue. Leaving so soon? I ask, standing as she slings her bag over her shoulder. She gives me a look, half annoyed, half amused. Some of us have things to do. Let me guess. More spreadsheets? Her lips twitch, almost like she's fighting a smile. Why do you care? I'm curious, I admit, stepping closer. You're an enigma, Renee Foster. She tilts her head, her eyes narrowing slightly. See, that's what men like you always think. Just because a woman can best you, you get your panties in a twist and suddenly, she's something special. So you're saying you're not special? I ask, trying to deflect the way her words sink into my chest. She slips her laptop into her bag. You're exhausting! I laugh, and this time, she doesn't try to hide the small smile that crosses her face. See you around, she says, turning and walking away without waiting for a reply. I watch her go, the sway of her steps deliberate, confident. This isn't over, not even close. Chapter 9. Adrien. She's playing it cool, too cool. Renee Foster might have walked out of the library with her head held high, but I could see the cracks, the slight twitch in her lips when I called her an enigma, the way her fingers tightened on the strap of her bag when I stepped closer. She wants to pretend I don't affect her, but she's wrong. I know the game she's playing because I've played it 100 times before, and I don't lose. I sit back down at the library table, staring at the now empty seat she left behind. The scent of her perfume still lingers, something subtle and clean, but it's enough to make me want to chase her down. Not yet. Timing is everything. Instead, I take out my phone and text Jacob. Me. What do you know about Renee Foster? The response is almost immediate. Jacob, enough to know she's way out of your league. I smirk, shaking my head. Typical Jacob. Me, be useful for once. There's a pause, then another text comes through. Jacob, smart, ambitious, doesn't take crap from anyone. Finance major, not here to make friends. Jacob, oh, and she apparently destroyed you at poker. Twice now? Me, once. And that's debatable. Jacob, keep telling yourself that, champ. I don't reply, slipping my phone back into my pocket. So she's driven. Focused. Not the kind of person to waste time on anything or anyone that doesn't matter. The fact that she's giving me the time of day at all, it means something. I need to figure out what. That evening, I find myself at the poker table again. The usual crowd is here, their faces familiar but forgettable. The cards shuffle, the chips clink, and the hands play out as they always do. But my mind isn't in the game. It's on Renee. She's different, not just because she's good. Plenty of people are good. But there's something about the way she carries herself, the way she looks at the world, like she's always one step ahead. It's frustrating and fascinating. I play mechanically, my mind running through every interaction we've had so far. The cafe, the library, the game. She's guarded, but not invulnerable. There's something behind that sharp wit, that calm exterior, something I want to unravel. Adrien, one of the players says, snapping me out of my thoughts. I glance down at my cards, an ace and a king, and realize I've already won the hand without even trying. I rake in the pot, ignoring the murmurs around the table. The game feels pointless tonight. Too easy. Renee's the only challenge that matters now. Later, in my apartment, I sit by the window, the city lights stretching out below me. She's going to keep pretending she's indifferent, that I don't get to her. Fine. Let her. I can be patient. The game isn't over, and if there's one thing I know, it's how to play the long game. The next time I see Renee Foster, I'm going to crack that armor of hers. And I can't wait to see what's underneath.
Chapter 10. Renee. I've spent years perfecting the art of control. Control over my schedule, my goals, my life. Control over my emotions, my reactions, my damn heart. But Adrian Blackwell, he's a problem. The library encounter lingers in my mind as I settle into my usual seat at the cafe. The same cafe he conveniently happened to show up at last week. I came here to get work done, not replay every smug smirk, every pointed comment, every subtle shift in his expression, like it's a highlight reel in my head. The barista sets my cold brew on the counter, and I grab it, grateful for something to focus on. I've already blocked off my afternoon for work. No distractions, no interruptions, just me and my to-do list. But as I sit and open my laptop, my fingers hover over the keyboard. The words won't come. Instead, I'm stuck thinking about the way he looked at me yesterday, like I was some kind of puzzle he was dying to solve. I hate it. And worse, I hate that part of me wants him to try. By the time the cafe starts to fill up, I've managed to get through maybe half the work I'd planned. It's fine. I'll make up for it later. Renee, I freeze, my stomach sinking. Or maybe jumping. Of course. Of course he's here. I glance up, and there he is, standing by my table like he's been invited. He's holding a cup of coffee, and there's a casual confidence in the way he leans slightly against the chair across from me. Adrien, I say, forcing my voice to stay even. Fancy running into you again, he says, his lips curving into that infuriating smirk. I give him a pointed look. Is it fancy, though, or calculated? His grin widens, and for a second I almost regret calling him out. Almost. Maybe a little of both, he admits, sitting down without waiting for permission. I sigh, closing my laptop with a soft click. It's clear I won't be getting any more work done with him here. What do you want, Adrien? His eyes flick to my drink, then back to me. What makes you think I want anything? Because you always do, I say, leaning back in my chair. He laughs softly, the sound low and almost charming. If I wasn't so annoyed, I might actually enjoy it. I wanted to see how you're doing, he says, resting his arms on the table. I'm fine, I reply, my tone clipped. He nods, as if he doesn't believe me. Good, but you've got a look. I raise an eyebrow. A look? Like you're thinking too hard about something. I stare at him, unsure whether to be irritated or impressed. Maybe I am. Not that it's any of your business. He leans forward slightly, his smirk softening into something closer to curiosity. I'd make it my business if you let me. The words hit like a challenge, and I can't help the flicker of heat in my chest. Damn him. I tilt my head, meeting his gaze head on. And why would I do that? His smile is slow, deliberate. Because you like having me around, even if you don't want to admit it. The air between us feels heavier now, charged with something I can't name. I want to tell him he's wrong, that I don't like having him around, that he's just a distraction I don't need. But I don't. Instead, I look away, grabbing my drink and taking a long sip. Well, I say finally, I guess we'll never know, will we? His laugh is soft, almost like he's conceding the round. But when I glance back at him, there's something in his eyes that tells me he's not backing down. Not yet. When he leaves a few minutes later, I feel the absence of him like a shift in the air. I don't understand him. I don't understand why he keeps showing up, or why he keeps pushing, or why I let him. But as I open my laptop again, staring at the spreadsheet in front of me, I realize something that makes my stomach twist. It's not just him. It's me. Because deep down, beneath all my walls and my careful control, there's a part of me that's waiting for him to show up again. And that scares me more than losing ever could.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 11, Adrien. That look she gave me, the one right before I left the cafe, is burned into my mind. It wasn't just irritation, though she's good at masking it with her sharp comebacks and exasperated sighs. No, it was something else. A crack in the armor. Renee Foster is unraveling piece by piece. She doesn't want to admit it. Hell, she probably doesn't even realize it, but I can see it. The tension in her shoulders, the way her lips twitch when she's holding back a retort. She's intrigued. And if she's intrigued, I've already won half the battle. I head back to my apartment, the cool evening air biting at the edges of my jacket. The buzz from the cafe lingers, her voice playing in my head on a loop. What do you want, Adrien? That's the thing, isn't it? What do I want? At first, it was simple. A rematch. A chance to prove that losing to her was a fluke, a one-off mistake. But now it's not about poker. It's about her. She's a challenge, one I can't quite figure out. Every time I think I have her pinned down, she throws me off balance. It's infuriating and addictive. I don't just want to win against her. I want to get inside her head. I want to know what makes her tick, what keeps her up at night, what she's so determined to keep hidden behind that careful exterior. Back at the apartment, I pour myself a drink and settle into my chair by the window. The city sprawls out before me, lights blinking like distant stars. Jacob calls as I take the first sip, his name flashing on my phone screen. "What?" I say, leaning back in my chair. "Nice greeting," he replies, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You busy?" I glance at the empty room around me. Not particularly. Good, because I'm officially worried about you. I snort, setting my glass on the table. "What are you talking about?" "Renee," he says, like the name alone explains everything. "What about her?" "You're obsessed." I laugh, the sound low and unbothered. "Hardly." "Oh, come on. You're into her at the cafe, didn't you?" I don't answer, but the silence is enough for him to groan. "Adrien, you don't do this. You don't chase people." "I'm not chasing her." "Sure you're not." His tone is laced with disbelief, and I can practically see him rolling his eyes. "You don't even like losing, let alone losing twice." "I didn't lose," I remind him. "Yeah, right. So, what's the plan here? Play the long game until she cracks?" I smirk, though he can't see it. "Something like that?" "Unbelievable," he mutters. "You know this ends badly, right?" "For who?" He doesn't answer right away, and for a moment I think he might actually drop the conversation. But then he sighs. "Just don't do something stupid, okay?" "Define stupid." "Good night, Adrien." The line clicks off, and I toss the phone onto the couch, leaning back in my chair. Jacob doesn't get it. This isn't about winning or losing. Not anymore. It's about control. Renee Foster thinks she's untouchable, that she can play this game without letting me in. But everyone has a breaking point, and I intend to find hers.
Chapter 12. Renee. I hate the way he lingers, not physically. Thankfully, Adrien isn't one of those guys who can't take a hint when it's time to leave. No, it's worse than that. He's in my head, like a song you can't stop humming, even though you didn't like it in the first place. Every time I think I've shaken him off, there's another memory. The smug curve of his smile. The way his voice drops a half octave when he's being serious. That look he gives me like he's daring me to crack. I hate it. And I hate that I don't really hate it. It's Saturday afternoon, and the cafe is unusually quiet. I should have stayed home, but the walls of my apartment felt too close today. At least here, I can lose myself in the white noise of the espresso machine and the occasional chatter of other customers. The spreadsheet on my screen is half finished, numbers blurring together as my focus wavers. I've been stuck on the same formula for 10 minutes, and I know why. Adrien. I groaned softly, pinching the bridge of my nose. This is ridiculous. He's just some guy, I remind myself. A very attractive, very smug guy who happened to beat me at my own game once. Twice, a traitorous voice in the back of my mind whispers. I shut my laptop with more force than necessary, ignoring the curious glance from the barista behind the counter. This isn't me. I don't lose sleep over guys like Adrien. Hell, I don't lose sleep over anyone. My life has always been about focus, about goals, about pushing forward no matter what. But then he showed up, all sharp edges and infuriating charm, and now my focus is Well, not where it should be. Claire is waiting for me when I get home, sprawled out on the couch with a bowl of popcorn balanced on her lap. She raises an eyebrow as I walk in, her gaze flicking to the closed laptop under my arm. "You look like you just declared war on Microsoft Excel," she says, popping a piece of popcorn into her mouth. I sigh, setting the laptop on the counter. It's not Excel. Oh? Her tone is light, but there's a knowing glint in her eye that immediately puts me on edge. What is it then? I shrug, trying to play it cool. Just a rough day? Claire isn't buying it. She shifts on the couch, patting the spot beside her. Sit, spill. There's nothing to spill. Renee? Her tone is firm, and I know better than to argue. I flop onto the couch, crossing my arms over my chest. It's nothing, just someone annoying. Someone annoying, she repeats, her eyes narrowing. Is this someone tall, dark, and cocky by any chance? I glare at her. I hate that you know me so well. Claire grins, leaning forward like I've just confirmed her suspicions. So it's Adrien. I groan, burying my face in my hands. Why is he like this? Like what? Like he knows exactly how to get under my skin. Claire tilts her head, studying me. Maybe he does. Not helping. Okay. She sets the popcorn aside, her expression softening. Look, Renee, I get it. He's annoying. He's probably too confident for his own good. But what? But you're not exactly pushing him away, are you? I open my mouth to argue, but the words don't come, because she's right. I could have ignored him at the cafe. I could have refused to sit with him at the library. I could have walked away 100 times, but I didn't. Do you like him? Claire asks, her tone careful now, like she knows she's stepping into dangerous territory. No, I say quickly, too quickly. Claire raises an eyebrow. Uh-huh. I groan again, falling back against the couch. It doesn't matter. He's just persistent. Persistent is one word for it. I shoot her a look, but she just smiles. Look, she says, I'm not saying you have to like the guy, but maybe it wouldn't kill you to figure out why he's so persistent and why you're letting him be. Her words stay with me long after she's gone to bed. Why am I letting him be? Adrian Blackwell is everything I've avoided my entire life. Overconfident, arrogant, the kind of guy who's never had to work as hard as I have to prove his worth. And yet, there's something about him I can't shake. The way he looks at me like he sees more than I want him to. The way he pushes me, challenges me, makes me feel like I'm not just playing the game. I am the game. I hate it. But deep down, I know the truth. I don't hate him, and that terrifies me.
Chapter 13. Adrien. I've been accused of being relentless. It's not an insult, it's just the truth. When I want something, I don't stop until I have it. That's who I am. It's how I've built my reputation at the poker table, in the classroom, and everywhere else that matters. And right now, what I want is Renee Foster. Not just to win against her, though. That's part of it. Winning is always part of it. But this isn't about a game anymore, and I've fully accepted that. It's about her. The way she carries herself, like she has everything under control. The way she looks at me, her gaze sharp enough to cut, even when she's trying not to let me get under her skin. She's a challenge, and I thrive on challenges. The first step in any strategy is understanding your opponent. And make no mistake, Renee sees me as an opponent. She's not the kind of woman who lets anyone in easily, and I respect that. It makes the game that much more interesting. I text Jacob knowing he'll roll his eyes at me for even bringing her up again, but I don't care. Me. What else do you know about Renee? Jacob. Dude. Me. Humor me. Jacob. Fine. She works part-time at some financial consulting office downtown. Likes to keep a low profile. Not a fan of loud parties or big crowds. Me. And Jacob. And I don't know what you're trying to do here, but you're walking a fine line. I grin at my phone, shaking my head. Me, that's why it's fun. Jacob, you're impossible. Me, always. I tuck my phone away, my mind already working. A part-time job downtown, a preference for quiet spaces. It's enough to start with. The next day, I find myself in the financial district, strolling past polished glass buildings and sleek storefronts. I'm not here to ambush her. Subtlety is key. But I wouldn't call it a coincidence if we happen to cross paths. It doesn't take long to spot her. She's standing near the entrance of a cafe, her phone pressed to her ear, and her expression unreadable. I pause, leaning casually against a lamppost. She hasn't seen me yet, which gives me a chance to observe her. She's wearing a tailored blazer and heels, her hair pulled back in a way that makes her look every bit as sharp and focused as I know she is. But there's something in the way her shoulders are set, a tension she's trying to hide. When she ends the call, I make my move. Renee, I say, my voice easy like I just happened to be passing by. She turns, her eyes narrowing slightly as they land on me. Adrien. Her tone is even, but there's a flicker of surprise in her expression. What are you doing here? She asks, crossing her arms over her chest. I shrug, slipping my hands into my pockets. Grabbing coffee, same as you, I imagine. She doesn't look convinced. Right. Busy day? I ask, nodding toward the phone still clutched in her hand. Something like that, she replies, her voice clipped. I step closer, careful not to push too far too fast. You know, you're always so serious. Do you ever take a break? Her lips press into a thin line, and I can tell she's debating whether or not to engage. Finally, she sighs. Some of us don't have the luxury of slacking off. I grin, tilting my head. Is that a dig at me? Take it however you want, she says, brushing past me and heading toward the cafe door. I follow, catching up just as she orders her drink. When it's my turn, I gesture to the barista. Add hers to mine, I say, pulling out my wallet. Renee turns, her brow furrowing. I can pay for my own coffee. I know, I say, handing over my card. Consider it a peace offering. Peace for what? For being persistent. She huffs softly, but there's a hint of amusement in her eyes. That's one way to put it. We sit at a small table by the window, the afternoon light casting a soft glow over her face. She's watching me carefully, her hands wrapped around her coffee cup like it's a shield. You're not going to let this go, are you? She asks finally. Depends on what you mean by this, I reply, my tone light. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the corner of her mouth twitching, like she's fighting back a smile. I don't get you, she says after a moment. What's there to get? You show up everywhere. You push and prod, and for what? What's your endgame, Adrien? The question hangs in the air, and for once I don't have a quick answer. Because the truth is, I'm not entirely sure anymore. But I know one thing. I'm not done playing. Maybe I just like seeing you squirm, I say, flashing her a grin. She shakes her head, but there's something in her expression, a flicker of curiosity, of intrigue, that tells me she's not done playing either.
Chapter 14. Renee. I'm supposed to be working. My laptop is open, a spreadsheet glowing on the screen, and I've been staring at the same line of data for the past 15 minutes. It doesn't make sense. None of it does. Not the numbers, not the lingering heat of Adrian's grin, and definitely not the fact that I'm sitting here thinking about him. Again. I sip my coffee, the one he insisted on paying for, and try to force my brain back into focus. But it's no use. His voice keeps circling in my head, that teasing edge that somehow feels both maddening and charming. I just like seeing you squirm. I groan, pushing my laptop aside and slumping back in my chair. He's relentless. It's like he's made it his personal mission to invade every corner of my life. And the worst part? It's working. I didn't mean to sit with him at the cafe. Really, I didn't. But when he bought my coffee and followed me to the table, I couldn't exactly throw him out. Well, I could have, but I didn't. That's the part I keep coming back to. I could have said no, could have walked away, could have shut him down entirely, could have won, but I didn't. Instead, I let him sit there, smiling like he already knew the outcome of a game I didn't even realize I was playing. "What's your end game, Adrien?" I'd asked him. And his answer? A smirk and a quip like always. But the way he looked at me, it was different, like he didn't know the end game either. I pick up my phone, staring at the screen for a moment before pulling up my messages. "Claire, want to order pizza for dinner?" I type out a quick reply. Me, "Sure. Can you grab it on the way home?" I hesitate, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. Finally, I add, "Me. Also, Adrien bought me coffee today." Her reply comes almost instantly. "Claire, oh my God, tell me everything." I roll my eyes, but a small smile tugs at my lips. Me, "There's nothing to tell. He just showed up." Claire, "Again?" Me, "Yes." Claire, "And you let him sit with you?" Me, "Maybe." Claire, "Renee?" Me, "It's not like that. He's just persistent." Claire, "Uh-huh. And how do you feel about his persistence?" That's the question, isn't it? How do I feel about Adrian Blackwell? The truth is, I don't know. He's annoying, cocky, infuriatingly smug. But he's also something else. He's smart for one. Sharper than I gave him credit for at first. And underneath all the bravado, there's a kind of intensity about him that I can't ignore. Like he's chasing something bigger than just a win. I don't trust him, not entirely. But I can't deny that he's gotten under my skin in a way no one else ever has. And maybe that's the scariest part. The sun dips lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the room. I finally managed to pull my focus back to my work, the rhythm of numbers and formulas steadying me. But even as the spreadsheet takes shape, my mind keeps drifting. To his grin, to his voice, to the way he looked at me across the table, like I was the most interesting thing in the room. Adrian Blackwell is a distraction I can't afford. So why does part of me want to see him again?
Chapter 15, Adrien. She's thinking about me. I know it as surely as I know how to read a bluff at the poker table. Renee Foster is sharp, guarded, and almost impossible to shake. But I've played enough games to recognize the signs, even in someone as practiced as her. The hesitation in her voice, the quick, fleeting glances when she thinks I'm not paying attention. She's not done with me. And if she's not done, neither am I. I'm sitting at the same cafe where we last crossed paths, my coffee cooling on the table as I scroll idly through my phone. The barista gives me a polite nod as she passes, probably wondering why I've been here for over an hour with no apparent purpose. But I have a purpose. Patience is a skill, one I've perfected over the years. Whether it's at the poker table or in the courtroom, or apparently, while waiting for a certain stubborn woman to walk through that door, I know how to bide my time. Because eventually the moment will come. And when it does, I'll be ready. My phone buzzes, pulling me from my thoughts. It's Jacob, of course. Jacob. Still obsessing over your favorite nemesis? Me. You make it sound more dramatic than it is. Jacob. Isn't it, though? Me. Maybe. Jacob. Just be careful, you're playing with fire. I smirk, slipping the phone back into my pocket. Fire is what makes it fun. When Renee finally walks in, it's almost too perfect. She's carrying the same sleek bag she always does, her heels clicking against the tiled floor as she approaches the counter. She hasn't seen me yet. I lean back in my chair, watching her out of the corner of my eye as she orders her drink. Her voice is calm, confident, but there's a hint of something else there. Tension. The barista hands her the coffee, and as she turns, her gaze sweeps over the room. For a split second, she doesn't react when her eyes land on me. But then, there it is. The flicker of recognition. The slight narrowing of her eyes, like she's deciding whether to ignore me or come over. I don't give her the chance to choose. "Renee," I say, loud enough to carry, but casual enough to seem unbothered. She hesitates, her grip tightening on the cup. Then slowly she walks toward me, her expression carefully neutral. "Adrien," she says as she stops in front of the table. I gesture to the seat across from me. "Join me?" She raises an eyebrow, the skepticism written all over her face. "Why would I do that?" "Because you're curious," I say, letting a small smirk tug at the corner of my mouth. She huffs softly, her lips pressing into a thin line. But she sits. Victory. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The cafe hums quietly around us, the occasional clink of cups and low murmurs filling the air. She shakes her head, taking a sip of her coffee. "You don't give up, do you?" "Not when something's worth the effort." Her eyes flick to mine, sharp and assessing. "And you think I'm worth the effort?" I lean forward slightly, my smirk fading into something closer to a real smile. "Don't you?" Her expression shifts, just enough for me to see the crack in her armor. But before I can press further, she looks away, focusing on her coffee like it holds all the answers. "This is a game to you, isn't it?" she says quietly. "Everything's a game," I reply. "The only question is whether you're playing to win." She looks back at me, her gaze steady now. "I always play to win." "Good," I say, my voice dropping just enough to make her pause. "Because so do I." The conversation shifts after that, the tension easing just enough to let the edges soften. We talk about school, work, life, but it's all surface level, like we're both testing the waters. Still, it's enough, because the longer she stays, the more I see it. The spark of curiosity, the flicker of something she's trying so hard to hide. When she finally stands to leave, she pauses, her hand resting lightly on the back of her chair. "You know this doesn't mean anything," she says, her voice steady but quieter now. I smile, letting the words hang in the air for a moment before replying. "We'll see." She shakes her head, but there's something almost playful in her expression as she turns and walks away. I watch her go, the familiar pull tightening in my chest.
Chapter 16. Renee. By the time I get home, I've replayed the entire conversation with Adrien at least a dozen times. The way he smiled, like he knew something I didn't. The way his voice dipped. Each word a calculated move. And the way I stayed when I could have walked away. Should have walked away. I dropped my bag on the kitchen counter, ignoring the soft buzz of my phone in my pocket. Claire's probably texting, ready to grill me about my day. I can't deal with her teasing right now. Instead, I grab a glass of water and lean against the sink, staring out the window. Adrian Blackwell is dangerous. Not in the obvious way. Not the way some guys are all bravado and bluster. No, he's dangerous because he's smart. He knows exactly how to push. Exactly how to draw me in without making it look like that's what he's doing. And the worst part? It's working. When I finally check my phone, Claire's name flashes on the screen, followed by a string of texts. Claire. Pizza's on the counter. Don't eat it all. Claire. So, did you see him again? Claire. Renee? Claire. Don't make me come over there. I sigh, typing a quick reply. Me. Yes. Her response comes almost instantly. Claire, yes? Details, now. Me. He was at the cafe. We talked. That's it. Claire, that's it? You're holding out on me. Me. There's nothing to tell. Claire, did he flirt? I hesitate, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. Me. A little. Claire. And? Me. And nothing? Claire, you like him. Me. I don't. Claire. You do. I groan, tossing the phone onto the couch. Claire can be relentless when she wants to be, but she's wrong about this. I don't like Adrian Blackwell. He's arrogant, infuriating, and too damn smooth for his own good. But he's also charming in a way that sneaks up on you. He listens, even when he's teasing. And when he looks at me, it feels like he sees something most people don't. I hate that I noticed any of that. The next morning, I wake up determined to shake him off. Adrien doesn't get to live in my head, not today. Not when I have actual work to do. I throw myself into my schedule, ticking off items on my to-do list, one by one. Meetings, emails, a mountain of spreadsheets. It's exhausting, but it helps. By the time I break for lunch, I almost feel like myself again. Almost. Because even as I scroll through my inbox, his words from yesterday echo in my mind. Everything's a game. The only question is whether you're playing to win. I set my phone down, my appetite suddenly gone. Adrien makes everything sound like a challenge, like every interaction is a move on some invisible chessboard. It's infuriating, and yet, there's a part of me, a small, stubborn part, that wonders if he's right. By late afternoon, my resolve starts to crack. I glance at my phone, debating whether or not to text Claire. Maybe if I talk to her, I can make sense of all this, but the idea of admitting how much Adrien is getting to me makes my stomach twist. Instead, I grab my laptop and open a new document, letting my thoughts spill onto the page. Pros and cons of Adrian Blackwell. Pros. Cons. I stare at the list, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. It's ridiculous. Writing this out like some kind of high school diary entry, but it helps. I'm about to close the document when a thought strikes me, unbidden but undeniable. Pro. He makes me feel alive. I slam the laptop shut, heat creeping up my neck. No, I'm not doing this. Adrien is a distraction, a game I don't have time to play. But as I sit there, staring at the closed laptop, one thought refuses to leave. What if I do want to play? Chapter 17. Renee. It's his fault. Adrien, with that knowing smirk and those dark, piercing eyes that seem to see right through me. I huff out a frustrated breath, leaning back against the couch cushions. The rational part of my brain tells me to push him from my thoughts, to move on to something, anything else. But the longer I sit here, the louder that other voice gets, the one that whispers seductively, reminding me of the way he looks at me, like he's picturing me naked and spread out beneath him. Damn it. With a growl of defeat, I give in. Just this once, I tell myself. It's just a fantasy. My hand slides down my stomach, fingers grazing the waistband of my pants. I imagine it's him, his touch confident and sure as he explores my body. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
This Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. A flush creeps up my neck, part embarrassment, part lingering arousal. I can't believe I let him get to me like this. But even as the thought crosses my mind, I know it's a lie. Because the truth is, I wanted this. I wanted him, even if it was just in my own head. With a sigh, I sit up, tucking my hair behind my ears as I straighten my clothes. The fantasy was good, better than I expected. But it doesn't change anything. Adrien is still the same infuriating, cocky man who's been invading my thoughts for weeks now. And I'm still the same woman who prides herself on being in control. But as I pick up my discarded work, a small, rebellious part of me wonders what it would be like to let go with him for real, to surrender to the game and see where it leads.
Chapter 18. Adrien. Patience is a virtue I've never cared to master. The thrill of the game has always been in the risk, the chase, the push toward the win. But with Renee, I'm finding the waiting almost as intoxicating as the game itself. I don't hear from her after the cafe. Not a text, not a call, not even a carefully constructed coincidence where I might run into her. It's like she's trying to erase me from her orbit. But I know better. The thing about Renee Foster is that her silence isn't avoidance. It's strategy. She's not the type to back down or walk away. She's regrouping, recalibrating, figuring out how to deal with me on her terms. It's exactly what I'd expect from her. And it's exactly why I can't stop thinking about her. Jacob shows up at my apartment unannounced, a bag of takeout in one hand and his usual smirk firmly in place. "You look like someone who's either plotting or brooding," he says, dropping the bag on the counter. "Either way, I figured you could use dinner." I glance at him from my seat by the window where I've been half-heartedly reviewing notes for a class I don't care about. "What makes you think I'm doing either?" "Because I know you." He starts unpacking the food, his movements annoyingly efficient. "Let me guess. It's about Renee." I snort, leaning back in my chair. "You're obsessed with this idea that I'm obsessed with her." Jacob arches an eyebrow, holding up a carton of noodles. "Are you saying I'm wrong?" I don't answer. He laughs, shaking his head as he hands me the food. "That's what I thought. So, what's the plan? You've been uncharacteristically quiet about her lately." "There's no plan," I say, though the words feel false, even as I speak them. "No plan?" Jacob looks genuinely surprised. "You? Mr. Five Steps Ahead doesn't have a plan?" I shrug, taking a bite of noodles. She's not someone you can strategize around. Jacob whistles softly, sitting across from me. "That bad, huh?" "It's not bad," I say, though the faint irritation in my tone betrays me. "It's different." "Different how?" "She doesn't fall into line. Doesn't play the game the way most people do." Jacob leans back, a thoughtful look on his face. "Maybe that's why you're so hung up on her." "I'm not hung up on her." "Sure you're not," he says, smirking again. "But let me give you some free advice since you seem to be struggling. If she's not playing your game, maybe you need to figure out how to play hers." I hate that he might be right. "Whatever," I grumble. Says the college playboy who has practically slept with the entire cheer team. Jacob just grins. "Gotta get it out of my system before I take over the big business, man." That's right. Jacob Stone. He's such an annoying jerk that I tend to forget the weight that comes with his last name. Stone Hospital Group is the most elite, successful, rich healthcare company in the country. Just like my destiny is to take over my father's company after graduation, his is the same. Later that night, after Jacob leaves, I find myself staring at my phone. The urge to text her is strong, but I resist. She needs space, and I need to let her come to me. Instead, I scroll through my messages, landing on a conversation from a few days ago. "Renee, you don't get to just show up whenever you want." Me. Why not? Renee. Because it's annoying. I smirk at the memory, her words sharp, but not sharp enough to cut. Even when she's pushing me away, there's something in her tone that pulls me closer. I type out a new message, my thumb hovering over the send button. Me. Thinking about you. It's too direct. Too much. I delete it and try again. Me. Let me know when you're ready for another game. Better. Subtle. A challenge she won't be able to ignore. I hit send and lean back, a slow grin spreading across my face. Now I wait.
Chapter 19. Renee. I'm halfway through my second cup of coffee when my phone buzzes. I don't need to check it to know who it's from. Adrien. It's always Adrien. The logical thing to do would be to ignore it. I have work to finish, deadlines to meet, but of course, logic has been a rare commodity since he bulldozed his way into my life. I sigh, setting my mug down and picking up my phone. Adrien, let me know when you're ready for another game. I stare at the message, my chest tightening. Another game. That's what this is to him. A game. A challenge. A chance to prove he can outthink, outplay, outmaneuver me. And yet, there's a part of me that doesn't believe it's just about the game. I set the phone down, trying to focus on the spreadsheet open in front of me. But the numbers blur together, meaningless against the backdrop of my racing thoughts. He's relentless. That's the problem. He doesn't know when to stop, and worse, he's good at this. Good at getting under my skin, making me second-guess myself. I close my laptop with a sharp click and lean back in my chair, rubbing my temples. This should be easy. Block him, ignore him, move on. But nothing about Adrian Blackwell is easy. Claire walks into the apartment a few minutes later, juggling a tote bag and a box of pastries. She glances at me, then at the phone still sitting on the table, its screen dark. "What's up?" she asks, setting the pastries on the counter with a soft thump. The scent of butter and sugar wafts through the air, but for once it doesn't tempt me. "Nothing," I say quickly. Too quickly, the word comes out sharp and defensive, practically announcing my distress. Her eyebrows shoot up, and she crosses her arms, adopting that knowing stance I've come to dread. Liar, spill. She has that look in her eyes, the one that says she won't let this go. I sigh, knowing there's no point in dodging her. Claire's like a dog with a bone when she senses something's wrong. He texted me. He, as in Adrien? She asks, grabbing a pastry and taking a bite. Flakes of crust scatter across the counter as she watches me with growing concern. I nod, holding up my phone like it's evidence in a crime. He wants to know when I'm ready for another game. The last two words come out bitter, loaded with all the frustration I've been bottling up. Claire chews thoughtfully, wiping a stray crumb from her lip, then swallows. And what? What are you going to do about it? She leans forward, elbows propped on the counter between us. Nothing, I say, folding my arms over my chest defensively, as if I can shield myself from the truth of the situation. Uh-huh. She grabs another pastry, her gaze sharp as a prosecutor's. You know he's not going to stop, right? Adrian Blackwell isn't exactly known for taking no for an answer. That's the problem, I mutter, staring down at my phone like it might spontaneously combust. Claire laughs softly, the sound knowing and a little too perceptive for comfort. You act like you hate it, but you don't. Not really. I can see right through you. I glare at her, but she just shrugs, unfazed. Look, Renee, she says, leaning against the counter, brushing crumbs from her fingers. You can keep pretending this is just some guy annoying you, or you can admit that you're into it. Either way, you need to figure out what you want. The sooner you do, the better off you'll be. What I want. The question hangs in the air long after Claire leaves the room, her footsteps fading down the hallway like an echo of my thoughts. What do I want? For Adrien to leave me alone? Maybe. For him to stop pushing, stop challenging me, stop making me question every rule I've ever set for myself. For him to stop looking at me like he can see straight through the walls I've spent years building. Or maybe I want to know what happens if I push back. Maybe I want to see what lies beneath that perfectly controlled exterior of his. The way he seems determined to see beneath mine. The thought sends a shiver down my spine that I refuse to acknowledge. The message is still sitting on my phone, waiting for a response, taunting me with its unanswered challenge. I pick it up, my fingers hovering over the keyboard, my heart beating a traitorous rhythm against my ribs. I could ignore him. Let him think he's won by default because I won't play. The thought grates against every competitive instinct I possess. Or I could remind him who he's dealing with, show him that Renee Foster doesn't back down from a challenge, especially not one issued by Adrian Blackwell. I type out a reply, the words coming faster than I expect, my thumbs moving with a certainty I'm not entirely sure I feel. Me. Name the time and place. I hit send before I can think better of it, my heart pounding as I set the phone down again. My fingers tremble slightly, betraying an excitement I don't want to acknowledge. The screen glows mockingly in the dim light, waiting for his response. This isn't just his game anymore. Adrien might have started it, might have laid down the first challenge with that infuriating confidence of his, but I've accepted. I've stepped onto the board. It's ours.
Chapter 20. Adrien. The second her reply comes through, I can't stop the grin that spreads across my face. Renee, name the time and place. I wasn't entirely sure she'd take the bait. Renee Foster doesn't play games she doesn't think she can win. And this was a gamble. But she's in. I type out a quick reply, the anticipation humming in my chest. Me, tonight, 9 p.m., my place. It's bold, maybe even reckless. But then she wouldn't expect anything less from me. I send the address quickly after. The hours crawl by, every second stretching longer than the last. I clean up the apartment, not that it needs much work, but it gives me something to do. By the time 9 p.m. rolls around, I'm pacing the living room, my hands shoved into my pockets as I glance at the door for the third time in as many minutes. When the knock finally comes, I stop mid-step, my pulse kicking up a notch. I open the door to find Renee standing there, her sharp gaze locked on mine. She's dressed simply, jeans, a fitted black sweater, but somehow she looks even more stunning than usual. Adrien, she says, her voice calm, but carrying an edge of something I can't quite place. Renee, I reply, stepping aside to let her in. She walks past me, her movements deliberate, like she's testing the space. I close the door behind her, leaning against it as I watch her take in the room. Nice place, she says, her tone neutral. Thanks, I say, stepping closer. Can I get you a drink? She shakes her head, turning to face me. I didn't come here for a drink. Her words hang in the air, the tension between us stretching taut. I take another step toward her, close enough now that I can see the flicker of something in her eyes. Determination, maybe. Or anticipation. Why did you come here, then? I ask, my voice low. She doesn't answer right away, her gaze steady on mine. But then she takes a step forward, closing the distance between us until we're only inches apart. Because I'm tired of pretending I don't want this, she says softly. Her words are a match to dry tinder, igniting something I've been holding back for too long. I reach for her, my hands sliding around her waist as I pull her against me. Her breath hitches, and then her hands are on my chest, gripping the fabric of my shirt as if to steady herself. The first kiss is electric, fierce and unrelenting, a clash of wills and emotions that neither of us can deny anymore. She tastes like coffee, and something sweeter, something distinctly her, and it's addictive. Her fingers slide up to my neck, pulling me closer, and I deepen the kiss, losing myself in the heat of her touch. Adrien, she murmurs against my lips, her voice breathless but steady. Renee, I reply, my hand sliding lower, tracing the curve of her hips. She pulls back just enough to meet my gaze, her eyes blazing with something that sends a jolt straight through me. No games, she says, her voice firm. No games, I agree, my voice just as certain. And then we're moving, her hands tangling in my hair as I guide her toward the couch. The rest of the world falls away as we lose ourselves in each other, the tension between us melting into something deeper, something undeniable. Her touch is fire, her kiss is a challenge, and every movement feels like a victory in a game we're both finally ready to win. This isn't about strategy or control anymore. This is real. And as I pull her closer, feeling her heartbeat against mine, I know there's no going back. Not now. Not ever. Chapter 21. Adrien. Damn, I growl. She's a vision standing there, the soft glow of the room casting shadows that dance across her skin. I can't resist the magnetic pull of her curves as my hands trace the contours of her body, slipping beneath the hem of her sweater to explore the warmth of her ebony skin. Adrien. Renee breathes out my name like a whispered prayer, her voice wrapping around me just as surely as my hands do. Her words are an invitation, a surrender to the attraction that's been simmering between us, waiting to boil over. I can't help but grin, a feral edge to it as I lift her sweater up, revealing the expanse of her toned stomach, the soft swell of her breasts constrained by lace. You're so hot, I murmur, my voice husky with desire. With a swift motion, I pick her up, her gasp of surprise turning into a moan as I seat her on the cool surface of the kitchen counter. My hands slide up her thighs, feeling her through her clothes.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 22. Renee. The room is quiet now, save for the sound of my breathing, slightly uneven, still recovering. The air feels warmer than it did when I walked in, though maybe that's just me. I sit up slightly, pulling the blanket around me, the reality of what just happened settling over me like a weight I wasn't prepared to carry. Adrien is stretched out beside me, his arm draped lazily over his head, his chest rising and falling in a rhythm that's maddeningly steady. He looks different like this, relaxed, vulnerable. I hate that the word even crosses my mind. Vulnerable isn't who Adrian Blackwell is. He's smug and confident and impossibly infuriating. And yet, when he looks at me, really looks at me, I feel seen in a way that I can't explain. I can feel you thinking from here, he says suddenly, his voice low and rough, cutting through the quiet. I glance at him, finding his gaze already locked on mine. He looks almost amused, but there's something softer beneath it, something careful. I'm not thinking about you, I lie, pulling the blanket tighter around me. Liar, he says, his smirk widening just enough to make my chest tighten. I roll my eyes, leaning back against the couch. Don't flatter yourself. His chuckle is soft, warm, and entirely too comfortable. He shifts, sitting up slightly so he's closer to me. Come on, Renee. You just spent the last hour proving you don't hate me nearly as much as you say you do. At least admit you're thinking about it. I glare at him, but the heat rising in my cheeks betrays me. I hate you a little, I mutter, crossing my arms over my chest. Fair, he says, leaning back with a grin that's entirely too self-satisfied. The truth is, I don't know what I feel right now. Adrien has been a thorn in my side since the moment we met, and yet here I am, sitting on his couch, wrapped in his blanket, wearing the afterglow of a night I didn't plan for, but couldn't resist. It's infuriating. And exhilarating. You're awfully quiet, he says, his tone softening. Regretting it already? I hesitate, my eyes flicking to his. He's watching me carefully now, the teasing edge fading from his expression. No, I say finally, the word surprising even me. I'm not regretting it. His lips twitch, almost like he's trying not to smile. Good. The silence stretches again, but this time it's different. Softer, easier. I don't know what this is, what we are now, or what we're supposed to be, and I hate not knowing. But as Adrien reaches for my hand, his fingers brushing against mine in a way that feels deliberate and careful, I realize something. I don't have to know, not yet. For now, it's enough to feel his touch, to meet his gaze, to know that whatever this is, we're in it together, even if it scares the hell out of me.
Chapter 23. Adrien. Renee is still here. It's a simple thing, but it means more than I want to admit. She could have left. After everything, I half expected her to, but instead she stayed, wrapped in my blanket, her head tilted just enough to rest against the couch cushion, looking like she's already building walls around whatever we just shared. It's not a surprise. She's always been cautious, guarded. That's part of what drew me to her. She doesn't let people in easily. But last night she did. And now, all I can think is that I want her to stay. You're quiet, I say, my voice softer than I intended. She glances at me, her expression unreadable. Just thinking. About? She hesitates, her fingers gripping the edge of the blanket tighter. This, she says finally, her tone clipped. You, me, whatever this is. Her words hit me harder than they should, and I don't know if it's the hesitation in her voice or the fact that she still won't look me in the eye. What do you want it to be? I ask, my throat tightening around the question. She exhales slowly, finally turning to face me. I don't know. The honesty in her voice feels like both a victory and a loss. For a while, we sit in silence. The sunlight filters through the blinds, casting long shadows across the room. It should feel awkward, but it doesn't. It feels like something is about to shift. I should go, she says suddenly, breaking the quiet. My chest tightens, but I keep my expression neutral. You don't have to. I do, she says, standing and wrapping the blanket around her shoulders like armor. I have things to do. Renee, I say, rising to meet her. You don't have to run. I'm not running. Her voice is sharp now, defensive. I need space. Time. The words sting, but I nod, stepping back to give her the room she's asking for. Okay? She gathers her things quickly, her movements tense. As she heads for the door, I reach for her hand, stopping her just before she steps out. Hey, I say softly, my thumb brushing against her knuckles. This doesn't have to mean anything right now. But it doesn't have to mean nothing either. She looks at me, her eyes softening for a split second, and then she pulls her hand away. I'll see you around, Adrien, she says, her voice steady, and then she's gone. The hours stretch long after she leaves, and I throw myself into anything that can keep my mind occupied. Work, emails, even poker. But none of it works. All I can think about is the way she walked out. The way she didn't look back. The next day I check my phone more times than I care to admit. No texts, no calls, nothing. By the time the evening rolls around, I decide to take the first step. I type out a message, something simple but deliberate. Me, just thinking about you. I hit send before I can overthink it, the weight in my chest easing slightly as I set the phone down. Minutes pass, then an hour, then 2. No reply. The next time I see Renee, it's by accident, or at least it feels like one. She's sitting at a table in the cafe, her laptop open, a coffee cup beside her. But she's not alone. There's a guy sitting across from her, leaning in slightly as he talks. She's smiling at something he says, her laugh soft but genuine. It feels like a punch to the gut. I stand frozen in the doorway, the familiar hum of the cafe fading into the background. My chest tightens as I watch them, every instinct screaming at me to leave before she notices me. But I can't move. And then she looks up. Her eyes meet mine, and for a moment, everything stops. She doesn't smile. She doesn't wave. She doesn't say anything. She just looks at me, her expression unreadable, before turning back to him. And just like that, the air leaves my lungs. I walk out before I can see anything else, my hands clenched into fists as I step into the cool evening air. It shouldn't matter. She said she needed space. She didn't promise anything. But it does matter, because for the first time in a long time, I wanted more. And now, I don't know if she'll ever give it to me.
Chapter 24. Renee. The second I look up and see Adrien standing in the doorway, my stomach drops. He doesn't move right away, just stands there, his dark eyes fixed on me like he's trying to figure out a puzzle he didn't realize was this complicated. And then he's gone. I barely register what the guy across from me is saying, his words fading into background noise as my thoughts spiral. Adrien saw me, sitting here, with Daniel. This is bad. Renee? Daniel's voice pulls me back to the moment, his tone light but curious. You okay? Yeah, I say quickly, forcing a smile. Sorry, I got distracted. What were you saying? Daniel gives me a look. One of those knowing older brother stares that only he can pull off. You sure you're not the one who needs the advice? I laugh softly, shaking my head. I'm fine, Danny. Just tired. It's not a lie, but it's not the truth either. Daniel is my cousin. Technically, he's my second cousin, but growing up, he was more like a big brother. He's been in town for a couple of weeks for work, and we'd been trying to find time to catch up. This afternoon was supposed to be a quick coffee break before he headed to a meeting, but now, all I can think about is Adrien. I don't owe him an explanation. I don't owe him anything. But the look on his face when he saw me, that hits harder than I expected. By the time Daniel leaves, my coffee is cold and my nerves are shot. I pack up my things and head outside, the cool air biting at my skin as I debate what to do next. I should text him, or call, or something. But every time I reach for my phone, doubt stops me. What would I even say? It's late by the time I work up the courage to send a message. Me. Can we talk? I don't expect an immediate reply, but Adrien is nothing if not unpredictable. My phone buzzes almost instantly. Adrien. Thought you didn't do follow-ups. The words sting, but I don't let them stop me. Me. Please. There's a pause, long enough to make my chest tighten. Adrien. My place. When I knock on his door 20 minutes later, I'm not sure if I'm ready for this, but I know I need to do it. Adrien opens the door, his expression guarded. For once, there's no smirk, no teasing edge. Just silence. "Hey," I say softly, stepping inside when he moves to let me in. "Hey," he replies, his voice even but distant. The tension in the room is suffocating, and I take a deep breath before speaking. About earlier. He leans against the counter, crossing his arms. "What about it?" "That wasn't what it looked like," I say quickly. He raises an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. "What was it then?" I hesitate, feeling the weight of his gaze. "Daniel is my cousin." That gets a reaction. His brow furrows slightly, confusion flickering across his face. "Your cousin?" "Yes, he's in town for work, and we were catching up. That's all." He doesn't say anything right away, his eyes searching mine like he's trying to decide whether or not to believe me. "It's the truth," I add, my voice softer now. Finally, he exhales, running a hand through his hair. "Why didn't you just say that when I saw you?" "Because I didn't think I had to," I admit. "But then I saw you standing there and, I don't know, I panicked." His shoulders relax slightly, but the tension doesn't completely leave his face. "It threw me, Renee, seeing you with someone else." I step closer, my heart pounding. "I get that, but I wasn't hiding anything, and I wasn't trying to hurt you." He looks at me for a long moment, the silence between us heavy but not unbearable. "Okay," he says finally, his voice softer. "Okay?" He nods, his lips twitching into the faintest hint of a smile. "Okay." Relief washes over me, and for the first time all night, I feel like I can breathe again. I should have said something sooner, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah, you should have," he says, stepping closer. "But I'm glad you're here now." As the tension melts, I realize how close we're standing. His hand brushes mine, deliberate and careful, and I let him take it. "I wasn't lying when I said I don't know what this is," I say, meeting his gaze. "Neither do I," he replies, his voice low. "But I know I don't want to lose it." And just like that, the crack between us seals, leaving something stronger in its place.
Chapter 25. Adrien. She's here. That's the thought I can't shake as I stand across from her, her hand warm in mine. After the whirlwind of emotions today, the jealousy, the doubt, the sharp sting of vulnerability, I didn't think we'd end up here. But here we are. And for the first time in a long time, I don't feel like I have to fight to win. "Thanks for coming," I say softly, my voice losing the usual edge of confidence I'm so used to leaning on. Renee's lips curve into a small, tentative smile. "Thanks for not slamming the door in my face." I chuckle, but it's a quiet sound, more relief than humor. I thought about it. She laughs, and the tension between us starts to ease, the air feeling lighter. But even as her shoulders relax and her hand lingers in mine, I can see the hesitation flicker in her eyes. This is new for both of us, unfamiliar territory. And as much as I hate uncertainty, I can't let her slip away again. "Do you want to sit?" I ask, nodding toward the couch. She hesitates, just for a moment, before nodding. The silence that settles between us isn't uncomfortable, but it's heavy with things unsaid. Renee tucks her legs beneath her, the blanket she draped around herself last night still lying on the back of the couch. I sit on the other end, giving her space but keeping her close enough to reach. "So," I say, breaking the quiet, "your cousin?" She winces slightly but nods. "Yeah, Daniel. He's like a brother to me, honestly. We're just catching up, that's all." I lean back, running a hand through my hair. "I'm not going to lie, Renee. Seeing you with someone else, even for a second, it hit harder than I thought it would." She looks at me, her eyes softening. "Adrien, no, let me say this," I cut in gently. You don't owe me anything. I get that. But I've never felt this way about someone before. And I guess that scares me a little. Her eyebrows shoot up, surprise flashing across her face. You? Scared? I laugh, shaking my head. Believe it or not, yeah. You're not exactly easy to figure out, Renee. Her lips twitch into a faint smile. Good. I'd hate to be predictable. I grin, the warmth in her voice loosening the knot in my chest. Mission accomplished. We sit like that for a while, the conversation flowing more easily now. She tells me about Daniel, about how he helped her navigate college and gave her advice when she was applying for internships. I tell her about Jacob, about the endless teasing and unsolicited advice that comes with having a best friend who thinks he knows everything. It's simple, easy, and for the first time in days, I feel like we're on the same page. But as the minutes stretch into hours, I know I can't leave things unsaid. I want to be honest with you, I say, my voice quieter now. Renee tilts her head, her gaze steady. Okay. Whatever this is between us, it's not a game to me, I admit. I know I've treated it like one sometimes, but it's not. Not anymore. She doesn't respond right away, her expression thoughtful. I don't know what this is either, she says finally, her voice soft but certain. But I know I don't want to walk away from it. The relief that washes over me is almost overwhelming, and I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees. Then we figure it out. Together. Together, she echoes, a small smile breaking through her guarded exterior. I don't know how long we sit there, talking and laughing and letting the walls between us fall away piece by piece. But when she leans against my shoulder, her hand slipping into mine, I know one thing for sure. For the first time in a long time, I'm not playing to win. I'm playing for her.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 26, Renee. I didn't think I'd be back here, sitting on Adrian's couch, my head resting against his shoulder, laughing about something I can't even remember. For once, everything feels easy. It scares me. He's not supposed to feel safe. Not when I've built my life around avoiding risks like him. Men like Adrian Blackwell don't stay. They charm, they conquer, and then they move on. But he's still here. And for now, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, this could be different. The next morning, I wake up in my own bed, the memory of his hand in mine still fresh in my mind. I should feel panicked, vulnerable, exposed. But instead I feel hopeful. It's ridiculous, really. I don't do hope, not when it comes to men. But Adrien has a way of pulling me in, making me forget why I keep my walls so high. As I sip my coffee, I reach for my phone, scrolling through messages before typing out a quick one to Claire. Me. Dinner tonight? Her reply is almost instant. Claire. Absolutely. And don't think you're getting out of telling me everything about Adrien. I roll my eyes, a small smile tugging at my lips. By the time I meet Claire at our usual spot, the sun is setting, casting the restaurant in a warm glow. She's already waiting for me, a mischievous grin plastered across her face. Well, if it isn't the woman of the hour, she teases as I slide into the booth. Don't start, I warn, though the smile on my face betrays me. She leans forward, resting her chin on her hand. So how's Mr. Pokerface? Claire, I groan, burying my face in my hands. What? I'm just curious. She waves a hand, her grin widening. Come on, spill. I hesitate, the words catching in my throat. It's complicated, I say finally. Her smile softens, and she tilts her head. Complicated how? He's different, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. He's not who I thought he was. Claire's brow furrows slightly, her teasing tone fading. And that's a good thing, right? I think so, I say, though there's a knot of uncertainty in my chest that I can't ignore. It's late when I finally get home, my thoughts still tangled as I unlock the door. I drop my bag on the couch, reaching for my phone to send Adrien a quick message, but then I see it. A notification. It's not from Adrien, but it's about him. A photo sent to a group chat I'd forgotten I was even part of. The caption reads, Adrian Blackwell strikes again. In the photo, it's him. Sitting at another poker table, his signature smirk firmly in place, a beautiful blonde perched on his lap. My stomach twists. It's probably nothing. A misunderstanding. A setup. Adrien wouldn't... Would he? The message I was about to send sits unfinished on my screen. My thumb hovering over the keyboard, I type instead. Me. Are you busy? His reply comes faster than I expect. Adrien. Always. What's up? I hesitate, my chest tight. Me. I saw something. Adrien. Yeah, me. A picture. There's a pause, longer this time. Adrien. I can explain. My heart sinks. When I call him, he picks up on the second ring. Renee? He says, his voice calm but wary. What was that? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. There's a beat of silence before he answers. It's not what it looked like. Then what is it? She's just someone I know, he says carefully. It's nothing serious. Nothing serious. The words hit harder than they should, and I feel my chest tighten. Adrien, I stop, the lump in my throat making it hard to speak. I thought this was different. It is, he says quickly, his voice almost pleading. Renee, Save it, I cut him off, my voice sharper than I intended. I should have known better. Renee, wait. I hang up before he can finish, my hands trembling as I set the phone down. This is why I don't let people in. This is why I don't play games I can't control. Because in the end, no matter how careful you are, people like Adrien always find a way to break your heart.
Chapter 27. Adrien. When she hung up, it felt like a punch to the gut. I should have explained right away. I should have told her the truth before the photo even had a chance to make the rounds. But I hesitated. And now I'm standing outside her apartment, my fist poised to knock, my chest tight with frustration, and something dangerously close to regret. This wasn't supposed to happen. I take a deep breath and knock. The door opens after a long pause, and there she is, her arms crossed and her expression a mix of anger and something I can't quite place. Adrien, she says flatly. Renee, I reply, keeping my voice calm. Can we talk? Talk? She raises an eyebrow, stepping aside to let me in. By all means, enlighten me. I walk inside, the tension between us thick enough to cut. She closes the door and leans against it, her eyes locked on me like she's daring me to mess this up. You saw the photo, I start, running a hand through my hair. Obviously. She's no one, I say quickly. It's just, she's a regular at the games, and sometimes things look worse than they are. Her laugh is sharp, bitter. Worse than they are? Adrien, she was sitting on your lap. It's not like that, I say, frustration creeping into my voice. It's just part of the scene, Renee. People get close, they all mess around, but it doesn't mean anything. She scoffs, pushing off the door. Mess around? Is that what this is to you? No, I snap, my hands clenching into fists. That's not what I'm saying. Then what are you saying? Her voice rises, her anger spilling over. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like I'm just another move in whatever game you're playing. I step closer, my chest tight. You're not a move, Renee. You never were. Really? She glares at me, her eyes blazing. Because it sure as hell feels like it. You show up, you push, you pull. And now this? What am I supposed to think? I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. You're supposed to trust me. Trust you? She laughs again, but there's no humor in it. How am I supposed to trust you when you can't even be honest with me? I am being honest, I say, my voice low and sharp. Then why didn't you tell me about her? Why did I have to find out from some stupid group chat? Because I didn't think it mattered, I snap, my frustration boiling over. Her eyes widen slightly, and for a moment, I see the hurt behind her anger. It mattered to me, she says softly, her voice trembling. The words hit hard, and for a second I'm at a loss. Renee, I say, stepping closer. I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't mean to hurt you. But you did, she says, her voice steadier now. And I don't know if I can keep doing this. I freeze, the weight of her words sinking in. Don't say that. She shakes her head, her arms wrapping around herself like she's trying to hold herself together. I let my guard down for you, Adrien. I let you in. Now I feel like an idiot for doing it. You're not an idiot, I say quickly, my voice desperate. You mean more to me than anyone has in a long time. Then prove it, she says, her eyes locking onto mine. Stop with the excuses. Stop with the games. Prove it. I will, I say, my voice firm. But you have to give me a chance. She doesn't respond right away, her gaze searching mine. Finally, she exhales, her shoulders slumping slightly. I don't know if I can. The words hit harder than any punch, and I feel something crack deep inside me. Renee, I say softly, reaching for her hand. She pulls away, her expression pained. I need time, Adrien. I need to figure out if this is something I can trust. Her words leave me standing there, feeling like the ground has been pulled out from under me. Okay, I say finally, my voice quiet. Take the time you need, but I'm not giving up on us. She nods, her expression unreadable, before stepping aside to let me leave. As the door closes behind me, I feel the weight of what just happened settle over me like a storm. This wasn't just a fight. This was a line in the sand, and I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm worth crossing it for.
Chapter 28. Renee. I told Adrien I needed time, but time isn't enough to erase the ache in my chest. The sting of betrayal I feel every time I think about that photo. I'm not naive. I know the world he comes from, the people he surrounds himself with, the games he plays. But what hurts isn't the game, it's that I thought I was more than just another player. And now I'm done sitting on the sidelines. If Adrien wants to play games, I'll show him what it feels like to lose. The first step is simple. Show up where he least expects me. The poker hall is louder than I expected. a symphony of clinking chips, murmured bets, and the occasional burst of laughter. I step inside, my heels clicking against the floor, drawing a few curious glances. I don't care about them. I'm here for one person. It doesn't take long to find him. Adrian's at the main table, his usual spot, leaning back in his chair with that infuriating smirk on his face. He's in his element, completely unaware that I'm about to throw his perfect little world off balance. I make my way to the bar first, ordering a drink and taking a moment to steady myself. This isn't just about getting back at him. It's about reminding him who he's dealing with. And if it stings a little, good. By the time I approach the table, I've perfected my mask, calm, confident, untouchable. Adrien, I say smoothly, letting his name roll off my tongue like a challenge. His head snaps up, and for a second, I see the shock in his eyes, before he covers it with a practiced grin. Renee, he says, his voice carefully casual. Didn't expect to see you here. That makes two of us, I reply, sliding into an empty seat at the table. The other players glance between us, sensing the tension but not quite sure what to make of it. Adrien leans forward slightly, his eyes narrowing as he studies me. You here to play? Why not? I shrug, picking up the stack of chips in front of me. You always said I was good at the game. His smirk falters just for a second, and it's the most satisfying thing I've seen all night. The game begins, and I throw myself into it with everything I have. It's not about the money, not about the cards. It's about control. Every calculated move, every deliberate raise, every time I meet Adrian's gaze across the table, I can feel the power shift between us. He doesn't say much, but I can see the tension in his shoulders, the way his jaw tightens every time I win a hand. Good. By the time the final pot comes around, the table is practically buzzing with energy. It's just me and Adrien now, the other players having folded under the weight of our silent war. All in, I say, my voice steady despite the thundering of my heart against my ribs. The stack of chips I push forward makes a satisfying click against the green felt. The room falls silent. All eyes on Adrien as he considers his move. His fingers drum once, twice against his cards, the only tell I've ever caught him showing. Finally, he matches my bet, his smirk returning as he lays down his cards. A full house. Queens over tens, a hand that would crush almost any other player at this table. I don't flinch, not even a twitch. I've worked too hard to let my mask slip now. With deliberate slowness, I reveal my hand, each card making a whisper against the felt as I turn it over. The anticipation builds with every reveal. A straight flush, hearts, 8 through queen, gleaming under the overhead lights like drops of blood. The room erupts, a mix of gasps and murmurs, but I don't hear any of it. All I can focus on is Adrian's face, the way his smirk falters for just a fraction of a second, a crack in his perfect facade that makes this victory even sweeter. I stand, gathering my winnings with steady hands, stacking the chips with methodical precision before leaning across the table just enough to meet his eyes. The scent of his expensive cologne mingles with the stale casino air. Thanks for the game, I say softly, my voice laced with just enough venom to let him know this wasn't about the cards. It was never about the cards between us. He doesn't respond, his gaze locked on mine, but I can see the storm brewing behind his eyes. That perfect composure of his threatens to crack, and the muscles in his jaw work silently. Good. Let him feel it. Let him taste what it's like to lose control, even if just for a moment. As I leave the poker hall, my chest feels lighter, like I've finally taken back something he tried to steal. My heels click against the floor in a steady rhythm, and I can feel his eyes burning into my back with every step. For once, I'm the one walking away with my head held high. But the victory is bittersweet. the hollow ache in my chest reminding me that this isn't over. Not yet. Because Adrian Blackwell doesn't lose gracefully. And just like the first time, this game is far from finished.
Chapter 29. Adrien. She wanted to humiliate me. Fine. She's good at poker, better than most. And last night, she proved it by wiping the floor with me in front of everyone. But the cards weren't the real play. No, Renee wanted to make a point. That kiss-off, her little thanks for the game, wasn't about the win. It was about control, taking it back, letting me know that she doesn't need me to feel powerful. The thing is, she doesn't get to dictate the rules. Not in my world. If she thinks she can play dirty, I'll show her what it really looks like. Jacob doesn't even bother hiding his amusement when I tell him what happened. She smoked you in front of everyone? He says, leaning back in his chair with a laugh. Damn. You must have really pissed her off. Helpful, as always, I mutter, downing the rest of my coffee. Hey, I'm just saying, you mess with someone like Renee, you better expect some fireworks. I wasn't messing with her, I snap, slamming the cup down harder than I meant to. She saw a photo, assumed the worst, and decided to take it out on me. Bull, man, Jacob snorts. You should have known better than to let Chelsea fall into your lap. Screw you. His words sting, but only because they're true. I should have known. If I think I'm going to be serious about Renee, then I shouldn't even let another woman touch me. Jacob just shakes his head. And now you want to... What? Even the score? It's not about evening the score, I say, though the words feel hollow even as I say them. Jacob raises an eyebrow, smirking. Sure it's not. By the time I leave Jacob's place, I've already decided how this is going to go. If Renee wants to play games, I'll play, but I won't lose again. The first step is easy. Find her. She's not hard to track down. She's a creature of habit, and her favorite cafe is practically a second home. When I walk in, she's sitting at her usual table, her laptop open and a cold brew in hand. She doesn't notice me at first, too focused on whatever spreadsheet or report she's working on. Perfect. I grab a coffee and stroll over to her table, making sure my footsteps are loud enough to catch her attention. She looks up, her expression shifting from surprise to irritation in the blink of an eye. Adrien, she says flatly, closing her laptop. Renee, I reply, sliding into the seat across from her. What are you doing here? Same thing as you, I say, holding up my coffee. Just enjoying the atmosphere. Her lips press into a thin line, and I can see the effort it takes for her not to roll her eyes. Do you mind? She says, gesturing to her laptop. I'm busy. I won't keep you, I say, leaning back in my chair. Just wanted to say congratulations on the game last night. Very impressive. She narrows her eyes, suspicion flickering across her face. Thanks. I mean it, I add, my tone light but pointed. It takes real skill to turn a poker game into a public spectacle. Her jaw tightens, and I know I've hit a nerve. I wasn't trying to make a spectacle, she says, her voice clipped. Could have fooled me. Her eyes blaze, but she doesn't take the bait. Instead, she picks up her drink, sipping it slowly as if to remind me she's in control. Are you done? She asks, setting the cup down. Not quite, I say, leaning forward. You know, for someone who hates games, you're surprisingly good at them. She stares at me, her expression unreadable. And for someone who claims to care, you're surprisingly quick to twist the knife. I smile, though there's no humor in it. Maybe we're not so different then. Her laugh is short, bitter. Trust me, Adrien, we're nothing alike. We'll see, I reply, standing and tossing my empty cup into the trash. Enjoy your work, I say over my shoulder, letting the words hang like a challenge. The next step takes more planning. If Renee wants to play hardball, I'll give her a reason to regret it. It starts small, casual comments dropped at the poker hall about how she's looking for competition. and not afraid to get a little cutthroat. Then I reach out to a few of the regulars, suggesting she's looking to up the stakes. It doesn't take much to stoke their interest. By the time the next game rolls around, the room is buzzing with anticipation, and when Renee walks in, her confident stride falters just slightly at the sight of the crowd waiting for her. "Adrien," she says, her voice sharp as she approaches me. "What's going on?" I smile, leaning casually against the bar. "Just thought I'd let a few people know how talented you are. You deserve the recognition." Her eyes narrow and I can see the fury simmering beneath the surface. "You had no right," she says, her voice low but dangerous. "Relax," I say, raising my hands in mock surrender. "It's all in good fun. Isn't that what this is about?" Her lips press into a thin line, and for a moment, I think she might actually walk away. But then she steps closer, her eyes locking onto mine. "If you think this is over, Adrien," she says softly, her voice laced with venom, "you're dead wrong." I grin, the fire in her gaze sparking something dark and thrilling in my chest. "Good," I reply, my voice steady. "I'd hate for it to end too soon."
Chapter 30. Renee. The second I walk out of the poker hall, my mind is already racing. Adrian's smug grin, the way he casually threw me to the wolves like I was some sort of entertainment, it burns. I can't let this go. By the time I get home, I've already decided what I'm going to do. He wants to make me the center of attention. Fine, I'll give him a show he'll never forget. I drop my bag on the counter, pulling out my laptop and flipping it open with more force than necessary. My fingers fly over the keys as I start laying the groundwork. I'll hit him where it hurts. Not his money. He has plenty of that. Not his reputation. He thrives on chaos. No, Adrian Blackwell cares about one thing above all else: control. And I'm going to take it from him. I'm halfway through drafting a message to one of the poker regulars, someone who owes me a favor, when my phone buzzes. Jacob Stone. I frown, hesitating for a moment before picking up the call. My thumb hovers over the screen, and I briefly consider letting it go to voicemail, but something tells me I should answer. "What?" I say, my tone sharper than I intended. The word comes out like a whip crack in the quiet room. "Well, hello to you too," he replies, his voice light and unbothered by my hostility. "I'm guessing you're not in a good mood." "No, I'm not," I snap, leaning back in my chair. The plastic creaks under my weight as I shift. "Your friend decided to make me the center of his little circus tonight, and don't pretend you don't know exactly what I'm talking about." Jacob says, and I can almost hear the smirk in his voice. That knowing lilt that makes my fingers tighten around the phone. I take it things didn't go well. That's an understatement. I drum my nails against the desk, a staccato rhythm that matches my racing pulse. There's a pause, and then his tone softens, losing that hint of amusement. "Renee, what are you planning?" "Nothing you need to worry about," I reply, though the edge in my voice gives me away. I've never been good at hiding my anger, especially not from someone who knows me as well as Jacob does. "Right," he says, his tone skeptical, almost paternal in its concern. "Look, I get it. Adrien can be a lot. But trust me, going toe-to-toe with him like this isn't going to end the way you think it will." The warning in his words is clear, but it only serves to fuel the fire burning in my chest. I scoff, turning back to my laptop and trying to focus on the financial projections in front of me. "You don't know that." "Don't I?" he counters, settling into the chair across from me. "Adrien thrives on conflict. You're just feeding into it. Every time you push back, you're giving him exactly what he wants." I stop typing mid-sentence, my fingers hovering over the keys as his words hit harder than I'd like to admit. The cursor blinks accusingly on my screen, a steady reminder of how Adrien seems to infiltrate every aspect of my life lately. What am I supposed to do then? I ask, my voice quieter now, some of the fight draining out of me. Just let him walk all over me? Because that's not who I am, Jacob. You know that. No, Jacob says firmly, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. But you don't have to fight fire with fire either. There are smarter ways to handle this. I sigh, closing my laptop with perhaps more force than necessary and leaning my head against the back of the chair. The tension in my shoulders is almost painful now. What's your brilliant idea then? There's a pause, and then Jacob says, "Come with me to Vermont," like he's been holding on to this idea for a while. I blink, caught off guard by the sudden suggestion. What? My mom's ski cabin, he explains, his expression brightening as he continues. It's quiet, peaceful, and far away from Adrien. You need a break, Renee. Get some distance. Clear your head. The mountain air does wonders for perspective. I hesitate. The thought of leaving everything behind, even for a few days, making my chest tighten. The idea is tempting, almost too tempting, like a forbidden escape route I shouldn't even consider. I can't just drop everything, I say, though the protest feels weak even as I say it. My fingers drum nervously against the closed laptop, betraying my uncertainty. Yes, you can, Jacob replies, leaning forward with that earnest look he gets when he's determined to make a point. And you should. Trust me, the drama will still be here when you get back. It's not like any something this is going anywhere. I let out a soft laugh, shaking my head at his persistence. You're impossible. True, he says, and I can hear the grin in his voice, that familiar mix of smugness and genuine concern. But I'm also right. Come on, when was the last time you did something just for yourself? So what do you say? The idea of leaving, of stepping away from the mess Adrien and I have made, feels both terrifying and oddly freeing. Like standing at the edge of a cliff, knowing the fall might hurt, but the view would be worth it. My fingers finally stop their nervous tapping on the laptop as I consider it. I close my eyes, taking a deep breath. Fine, I say finally. Let's go to Vermont.
Chapter 31, Adrien. When I don't see Renee at the usual spots over the next few days, I assume she's lying low. Can't blame her, really. I might have gone too far with the poker stunt, but it was all in good fun. Or at least, that's what I tell myself. She'll cool off, come back swinging, and we'll pick up where we left off. That's how it works with us, except she doesn't. No coffee shop sightings, no surprise appearances at the poker hall. Nothing. She's just gone. By the end of the week, I'm restless. My usual routines feeling hollow without the tension that comes with knowing she's just around the corner, waiting to take me on. I shoot her a text, keeping it light. Me. Haven't seen you around. Taking a break from winning everything? No response. 12 hours later, I send another. Me. You good? Still nothing. For the first time, unease creeps in. Renee's the type to throw a punch, not vanish without a word. I call Jacob the next morning, pacing my apartment as the phone rings. He picks up on the third ring, his voice groggy. Adrien, it's 7 a.m. What do you want? Where's Renee? I ask, skipping the pleasantries. There's a pause, and then he sighs. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Exactly what I said, he replies, his tone sharper now. She didn't tell me anything, just said she needed space. I stop pacing, my grip tightening on the phone. That's it? She just disappeared? She's fine, Adrien, Jacob says, but there's something in his voice that makes me think he knows more than he's letting on. You're lying, I say flatly. I'm not, he says, but it's unconvincing. Jacob, I press, my patience wearing thin. If you know where she is, just tell me. He exhales heavily, and I can practically hear him weighing his options. Finally, he says, Look, she didn't want to deal with you, or anyone for that matter. She needed to get away. That's all I'm saying. Get away where? I demand. He hesitates again, and I know I've got him. Vermont, he says finally, his voice grudging. My mom's ski cabin. She's there. Vermont. Of course. Leave it to Jacob to play the peacekeeper, swooping in with his perfectly timed solutions. Thanks, I say, already grabbing my keys. Adrien, wait, Jacob says, his tone suddenly alarmed. What? Don't just show up there, he warns. She's pissed, man. You need to let her come back on her own terms. I laugh, but it's humorless. Yeah, that's not really my style. Exactly my point, Jacob snaps. You barge in there and you'll just make it worse. Maybe, I admit, my grip tightening on the phone. But if you think I'm just going to sit here and wait, you don't know me as well as you think you do. Adrien. I hang up before he can finish, the knot in my chest tightening as I head for my car. The drive to Vermont is long, the winding road stretching endlessly ahead as my thoughts spiral. Why didn't she tell me she was leaving? Why didn't she even respond to my texts? And more importantly, what the hell am I supposed to say when I see her? Because the truth is, I don't have a plan. I've been a complete jerk, a petty bastard. All I know is that I can't let her slip away, not without a fight. Chapter 32. Adrien. The snow starts falling as I make my way up the long, winding drive to Jacob's family cabin. By the time I pull into the clearing, it's coming down fast. Thick, heavy flakes that cling to the windshield and blur the world outside. The cabin is nestled among towering pines, smoke curling lazily from the chimney. A light glows in one of the windows, warm and inviting, but I can already feel the tension building in my chest. Renee's here. I kill the engine, the sudden silence deafening. For a moment, I sit there, staring at the cabin, the weight of what I'm about to do sinking in. No plan, no script, just me, the mess I've made, and the woman who's probably ready to kill me. I step out of the car, the cold biting at my face as I crunch through the snow toward the door. When I knock, it takes a moment for her to answer. The door swings open, and there she is. Hair pulled back, wearing an oversized sweater and leggings, her eyes widening in shock the second she sees me. Adrien, she says, her voice flat. Renee, I reply, matching her tone. She doesn't move, her hand gripping the edge of the door. What are you doing here? I came to talk, I say, keeping my voice calm. And before you slam the door in my face, just know I'm not leaving until you hear me out. She stares at me for a long moment, her eyes narrowing slightly. Then she slams the door in my face. The breath leaves my lungs and I stare at the wood in shock. I didn't actually think she'd do it. Jacob's right. She's pissed. And it's nobody's fault but my own. I reach up and scratch my head, turning around as the cold seeps into my body. Well, I guess I'll just wait in my car for her to. I spin around way too fast when I hear the door open behind me. Renee stands there, and with a resigned sigh, she steps back, letting me in. The cabin is warm, the fire crackling in the hearth. The air smells faintly of pine and something sweet. Hot chocolate, maybe. It's cozy, quiet, exactly the kind of place you'd go to escape. She closes the door behind me, crossing her arms as she leans against it. You've got 5 minutes. Before I can start, there's a loud clunk outside, followed by the unmistakable sound of a car engine sputtering and dying. What the hell? I mutter, turning back toward the door. Renee frowns, brushing past me to open it. We both step outside, the snow swirling around us as we look toward my car, or where my car used to be. It's gone. What the? I start, but then I notice the faint tracks leading away from the cabin. And standing at the edge of the clearing, waving from a snow-covered truck, is Jacob. "Jacob!" Renee shouts, her voice sharp with disbelief. "Hey, you two!" he calls back, his grin wide enough to be infuriating. "I hope you don't mind, but I'm taking the car. You need some time to talk things out." "You've got to be kidding me!" I yell, taking a step forward, but he's already climbing into the truck. "Oh, and it's supposed to snow pretty heavy tonight," he adds, leaning out the window. "Don't worry, though. You're well stocked. You'll be fine." Before either of us can argue, he's gone, the truck disappearing down the drive as the snow picks up. Renee turns to me, her eyes blazing. "This is your fault." "My fault," I snap, the cold seeping into my skin. "Yes, he's your friend," she snaps. "Don't act like you weren't friends with him too," I shoot back. "That was a long time ago." "You're the one who came up here, Renee. And you're the one who followed me." "Because you disappeared!" I shout incredulously. She throws her hands up, muttering something under her breath as she stomps back inside. I follow, slamming the door shut behind us. We stand there in silence for a moment, and the only sound the crackling fire and the wind howling outside. "This is ridiculous," she mutters, pacing the small living room. "I can't believe he just left us here." "He said we're stalked," I point out, nodding toward the kitchen. She glares at me. "That's not the point." "No," I say, crossing my arms. "The point is that Jacob just stranded us in a snowstorm because he thinks we need to talk things out." "Which we don't," she snaps. "Right," I drawl, letting the word hang. She narrows her eyes, but before she can retort, there's another gust of wind outside, rattling the windows. "Great," she mutters, rubbing her temples. "This is just perfect." After an awkward inventory of the supplies Jacob so generously left us, we realize two things. The realization hits us both at the same time, and I can't help the small smirk that tugs at my lips. "Don't," she warns, pointing a finger at me. "What?" I say innocently. "We'll figure it out," she mutters, turning back toward the fireplace. As the evening wears on, the storm shows no signs of letting up. The wind howls outside, and the snow piles high against the windows. Renee keeps her distance, busying herself with a book while I sit on the couch, staring into the fire. "Look," I say finally, breaking the silence. "I know you're mad at me." She snorts softly but doesn't look up. "And I get it," I continue. "I messed up, but running away isn't going to fix anything." She closes the book with a soft thud, turning to face me. "I didn't run away. I needed space. There's a difference." "Fair," I admit, leaning back against the couch. "But you didn't even tell me you were leaving." "Because you don't listen, Adrien!" she snaps, her voice rising. "You push and push and push, and you don't stop to think about how it affects anyone else." She's right. I hate that she's right. "Maybe you're right," I say finally, my voice quieter now. "But I'm here, Renee. I showed up because I care." She stares at me, her expression softening just slightly before she shakes her head. "Caring isn't enough, Adrien. Not if you keep playing games." "I'm not playing anymore," I say firmly, meeting her gaze. "Not with you." The words hang between us, heavy and unspoken. Finally, she sighs, standing and grabbing a blanket from the couch. "Let's just get through tonight," she mutters. "We'll figure the rest out tomorrow." The storm rages on as we settle in for the night, the tension between us as thick as the snow outside. And as I lie on the couch, staring at the ceiling, I can't help but wonder if this forced time together is exactly what we need, or if it'll be the thing that finally breaks us.
Chapter 33. Renee. The storm hasn't let up. Hours have passed. The wind howling outside like a warning, and sleep is impossible. I lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the creaks and groans of the old cabin as the snow piles higher. The firewood stash is plenty, the blankets warm, but the weight in my chest is heavier than anything nature can throw at us. Adrien is here. He's just down the hall, probably stretched out on the couch, as infuriating and smug as ever. Even now, knowing everything he's done, I can't get him out of my head. I sigh, tossing the blankets aside and slipping out of bed. The cabin is dark, the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the frosted windows as I make my way to the kitchen. Maybe a glass of water will help. I'm halfway through filling the glass when I hear footsteps. I freeze, the sound unmistakable as it moves closer. And then he's there, Adrien, standing in the doorway, his hair mussed, his shirt clinging to him in a way that makes my stomach tighten despite everything. "Couldn't sleep?" he asks, his voice low and rough. I shrug, refusing to look at him. "What do you think?" He doesn't respond right away, stepping further into the room and leaning against the counter. The space feels smaller now, his presence filling it completely. "I don't get you," I say finally, the words spilling out before I can stop them. He raises an eyebrow. "What's that supposed to mean?" I turn to face him, the glass still clutched in my hand. "You show up out of nowhere, push your way into my life, and then..." I shake my head, my voice rising. "And then you pull something like this." "Something like what?" he snaps, his voice sharp. "You know what?" I fire back, stepping closer. The poker stunt, the photo, acting like everything's just a game to you. "It's not a game," he says, his tone matching mine. At least, not anymore. "Then why do you keep treating it like one?" "Because that's the only way I know how to deal with you," he shouts, his voice echoing in the small space. The words hang between us, raw and unfiltered. I blink, caught off guard by the intensity in his voice. "Deal with me?" I echo, my voice quieter now. "You drive me insane, Renee," he says, stepping closer. "You're stubborn, impossible, and you make me feel things I don't know how to handle." My breath catches, the anger in his eyes giving way to something deeper, something that makes my chest tighten. "You think I'm not scared too?" I say softly, my voice trembling. "You think I don't feel the same way?" He stares at me, his jaw tightening. "Then why do you keep running?" "Because I don't trust you," I snap, the confession tearing out of me. The room falls silent, the only sound the faint whistle of the wind outside. His shoulders slump slightly, and for a moment, he looks almost defeated. "I don't know how to fix that," he admits, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't know what comes over me, but before I can stop myself, I close the distance between us, my hand gripping the front of his shirt. "Then stop trying to fix it," I say, my voice shaking, "and just be here." The kiss is electric, a collision of frustration, anger, and everything we've been holding back. His hands slide to my waist, pulling me closer, and I let myself get lost in the heat of it. His lips are demanding, his touch firm but careful, like he's afraid I'll pull away, but I don't. I can't. His hand tangles in my hair, tilting my head back as the kiss deepens, and a low sound escapes my throat, half a gasp, half a moan. "Renee?" he murmurs against my lips, his voice rough with need. I don't let him say anything else, pulling him closer until there's no space between us. We stumble toward the counter, his hands roaming my body as mine find their way to his shoulders, his chest, the hard lines of his jaw. "Are you sure?" he asks, his breath hot against my ear. "Stop asking," I reply, my voice sharp but breathless. "Just screw me." Chapter 34. Renee. "Renee," he murmurs against my lips, the sound of my name on his lips sending a shiver down my spine. "Tell me what you want." "You," I reply, my voice breathless and needy. "Just you, Adrien." The growl in the back of Adrian's throat goes straight between my legs, and I bite my lip to stifle the moan threatening to escape. His eyes darken with desire, and I can feel the heat pooling in my core, aching for his touch. In one swift movement, Adrien lifts me, his hands gripping my waist firmly as he sets me roughly on the counter. The cool surface against my skin is a stark contrast to the warmth radiating from his body. It reminds me of our first time together, the raw intensity of our connection. But there's something different in his gaze now, a depth of emotion that goes beyond mere physical need. He doesn't go for my chest, doesn't tear at my clothes in a frenzy to claim me. Instead, Adrien cups the back of my head, his fingers tangling in my hair, as he pulls me toward him. His lips crash against mine with a desperation that takes my breath away. He kisses me with everything he's got, pouring all his frustration, his longing, his unspoken apologies into that one searing connection. And I kiss him back with equal fervor, my hands clutching at his shoulders, my nails digging into the fabric of his shirt. I don't want to think about anything, not school, not the drama, not poker, or that damn picture that sparked this whole mess. In this moment, none of it matters. All I want is Adrien. The man who challenges me, infuriates me, and somehow, against all odds, makes me feel more alive than I've ever felt before. I want him to screw the thoughts right out of my head, to obliterate the doubts and fears with sheer, unadulterated pleasure. And Adrien, ever the mind reader, seems more than willing to comply. His responding grin is all sin and promise, a flash of white teeth in the dim light of the cabin. You've got me, Renee. Every dirty, desperate part of me. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 35, Adrien. The soft glow of morning light filters through the cabin's frosted windows, casting long shadows on the walls. For a moment, I lie still, the events of the night before swirling hazily in my mind. Her. Renee. I shift slightly, the warmth of her body pressed against mine reminding me this wasn't some dream. Her hair is a mess against the pillow, her face turned toward me, and she's still fast asleep. For once, she looks completely at peace. No sharp words, no fire in her eyes. Just Renee, unguarded and stunning. I could get used to this. Careful not to wake her, I ease out of bed and pull on the clothes I discarded on the floor last night. The cabin feels quiet in the morning stillness, the storm having settled into a gentle snowfall outside. Coffee. We need coffee. I find my way to the kitchen and start the pot, the rich aroma filling the air as I lean against the counter, staring out at the blanket of white covering everything. The night flashes through my mind, the way she kissed me, the way she touched me, the way she let me in. This wasn't just a release of frustration or some fleeting moment of passion. This was something else, something real. When I bring 2 mugs back to the bedroom, she's awake, propped up on one elbow, her hair falling over her shoulder in a way that makes it hard to focus on anything else. Good morning, I say, handing her a mug. She raises an eyebrow but takes it, her fingers brushing against mine. "Good morning," she replies, her voice still soft with sleep. I sit on the edge of the bed, watching as she takes a sip, her lips curving into the faintest smile. "This is good," she says, nodding toward the coffee. "You sound surprised," I tease, leaning back on one hand. "Well, you don't exactly give off domestic vibes," she quips, her smile widening. I laugh, shaking my head. "Fair point. But I've got a few skills, Renee. Stick around and you might be impressed." She rolls her eyes, but there's no hiding the warmth in her expression. We spend the morning talking, the conversation flowing more easily than I expected. She tells me about her childhood, growing up with her cousins, and how Daniel was always the protective older brother type. I tell her about Jacob, about how we met in college and the ridiculous bets that turned into a lifelong friendship. It feels normal, natural, like this is where we were always supposed to end up. "So let me get this straight," she says, setting her empty mug on the nightstand. "You and Jacob once bet on who could eat the most raw eggs?" I grimace, rubbing the back of my neck. Not my proudest moment. "Who won?" I groan, leaning back against the headboard. "Jacob, by 2 eggs. I didn't eat omelets for a year after that." She laughs, the sound, light and musical, and I can't help but smile. "What about you?" I ask, turning to face her. "What's the most ridiculous bet you've ever made?" She hesitates, her eyes narrowing slightly as she thinks. "I don't usually make bets. Too risky." I raise an eyebrow. "You? Miss High-Stakes Poker doesn't make bets?" "That's different," she says, her tone defensive but playful. "Poker's calculated. Betting on stupid stuff like raw eggs, that's just asking for trouble." I laugh, shaking my head. "You're impossible." "And you're reckless," she counters, smirking. "Good thing we balance each other out then," I reply, leaning closer. Her smile falters slightly, her gaze dropping to my lips before flicking back to my eyes. "Maybe," she says softly, her voice losing some of its teasing edge. The moment stretches, the air between us shifting into something heavier, more intimate. I reach for her hand, my thumb brushing against her knuckles. "You don't have to keep your guard up with me, Renee." She looks at me, her expression unreadable. "That's easier said than done." "I get it," I say, my voice steady. "But I'm not going anywhere. Not unless you tell me to." Her lips curve into a small, tentative smile, and for the first time I feel like I've finally broken through. "Okay," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. "Okay," I echo, my chest feeling lighter than it has in days. The rest of the day passes in a blur of quiet moments and easy conversation. We cook breakfast together, well, I cook while she critiques, and spend hours bundled under blankets near the fire, talking about everything and nothing. For the first time, it feels like the world outside doesn't exist. And as the sun sets, casting the cabin in a warm golden light, I realize something I've been trying to ignore for far too long. I'm falling for her.
Chapter 36. Renee. I've spent most of my life keeping people at arm's length. It's easier that way. Cleaner, less risk, less hurt. But Adrian Blackwell isn't someone you can keep at a distance. He's relentless, charming, and far too good at reading me. And now here we are, trapped together in this snow-covered cabin, and for the first time in forever, I feel like maybe letting someone in isn't the worst thing I could do. It starts with the breakfast. I'm curled up on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, flipping absent-mindedly through a book. The smell of something warm and delicious pulls me from the pages, and I glance toward the kitchen to find him at the stove, a pan in one hand and a spatula in the other. "You're cooking?" I ask, raising an eyebrow. He turns, grinning. "Don't sound so surprised." "I just didn't think eggs and toast were your style," I tease, setting the book aside and walking toward the kitchen. Hey, I'm full of surprises, he replies, flipping something in the pan with practiced ease. I lean against the counter, watching him work. His sleeves are rolled up, revealing strong forearms, and there's a focused look on his face that makes my stomach flip in a way I'm not ready to admit. Here, he says, sliding a plate across the counter toward me. I stare down at the perfectly made omelet, the edges golden brown and the filling spilling out just enough to look irresistible. Okay, I say, grabbing a fork. Maybe I underestimated you. He laughs, leaning back against the counter as he watches me take a bite. It's perfect, of course. Later, we're outside, bundled up against the cold as the snow continues to fall. You can't just sit inside all day, he says, handing me a pair of gloves. Watch me, I reply, crossing my arms. Oh, come on, he says, grinning as he grabs a handful of snow. You're not scared of a little cold, are you? Before I can answer, he throws the snowball, hitting me square in the shoulder. My mouth falls open in shock as I stare at him. You did not just... Oh, I did, he says, already backing away, his grin widening. I grab a handful of snow, packing it tightly as I chase after him. The fight is chaotic, a flurry of snow and laughter as we run around the clearing like kids. By the time we collapse onto the porch steps, breathless and laughing, my cheeks ache from smiling. You're impossible, I say, brushing snow off my coat. And you're adorable when you're mad, he replies, his tone light but his gaze soft. I roll my eyes, but there's no hiding the warmth spreading through my chest. That night, we sit by the fire, a bottle of wine between us. The conversation flows easily, touching on everything from childhood memories to embarrassing stories we both swear we'll never repeat. I can't believe you tried to skateboard down a staircase, I say, laughing as he shakes his head. In my defense, I thought it would be cool, he replies, his grin sheepish. And was it? Not even a little. The laughter fades, replaced by a comfortable silence. The fire crackles, casting flickering shadows across the room, and I catch him watching me, his expression unreadable. What? I ask, suddenly self-conscious. Nothing, he says, shaking his head. I just like this. You here with me. The words are simple, but they have far more weight than just that. Because I like this too. The next morning, I wake up to the sound of him humming softly in the kitchen. The sun is just starting to rise, casting a soft glow over the snow outside. I stay in bed for a moment, listening to him, a warmth spreading through me that has nothing to do with the blankets. He makes me feel safe, seen, loved. The thought stops me in my tracks, my chest tightening as I realize what's happening. I'm falling for him, and for the first time in a long time, I'm not scared of the fall.
Chapter 37, Adrien. The snow outside is relentless, blanketing the cabin and surrounding woods in white. It should feel suffocating being stuck here, but with Renee around, it's anything but. I wake up feeling lighter than I have in years. Something about her being here, about last night, makes me feel like I've turned a corner I didn't even know I was standing at. I step into the kitchen where she's pouring coffee. She looks up, her smile soft but still holding that teasing edge I've come to expect. "Morning," she says, sliding a mug toward me. "Morning," I reply, leaning against the counter. "Sleep okay?" "Better than I expected," she says, her eyes flicking to mine before she takes a sip of her coffee. There's a beat of silence before I grin, setting my mug down. "Come outside with me." She raises an eyebrow. "It's freezing." "Exactly," I say, grabbing her coat from the hook by the door and tossing it to her. "You can't come to a cabin in Vermont and not enjoy the snow." She hesitates, her lips pressing into a thin line like she's debating whether or not to indulge me. Finally, she sighs, slipping into her coat. Fine. But if I lose feeling in my toes, you're carrying me back. Deal, I say, grabbing my own jacket. The cold hits the second we step outside, the crisp air biting at my skin. But the way the snow glitters in the sunlight, blanketing the ground and trees in pristine white, makes it worth it. Renee stands on the porch, her breath visible in the cold air, her cheeks already turning pink from the chill. It's beautiful, she admits, her voice softer now. I nod, my gaze shifting from the snow to her. Yeah, it is. She catches me staring and rolls her eyes, but there's no real bite to it. All right, Blackwell, she says, stepping off the porch and into the snow. What's your plan? I grin, scooping up a handful of snow. This. Before she can react, I toss the snowball, hitting her square in the shoulder. Her mouth falls open, her eyes narrowing. You did not just do that. Oh, I did, I say, laughing as I back away. What starts as a snowball fight quickly turns into chaos. She's a quick learner, her aim improving with every throw. Soon I'm the one dodging more hits than I'm landing. You're cheating! I shout, ducking behind a tree as a snowball narrowly misses my head. There are no rules in war, she calls back, her voice laced with laughter. I peek out from behind the tree only to get hit square in the chest with another snowball. Damn it, Renee! She's doubled over laughing now, her hands on her knees as she tries to catch her breath. I take the opportunity to tackle her gently into the snow, pinning her arms to her sides as she squeals in protest. Got you, I say, grinning down at her. Her cheeks are flushed, her hair a mess of snow and tangles, and she's smiling up at me with a mix of triumph and exasperation. Truce, I ask, breathless. Truce, she says, still laughing. I let her go, rolling onto my back beside her as we both stare up at the sky, the snow falling gently around us. After a while, we head back to the cabin, both of us soaked and shivering, but too giddy to care. I light the fire while she changes into dry clothes, and by the time she comes back, the room is warm and cozy again. She plops down on the couch beside me, tucking her feet under a blanket as she leans her head against my shoulder. That was fun, she says softly. See, told you it was worth it, I reply, smirking. She huffs a laugh, nudging me with her elbow. Don't get used to me agreeing with you. I wouldn't dream of it, I say, slipping an arm around her and pulling her closer. For once, there's no tension, no walls between us. Just us, the crackling fire, and the quiet comfort of being together. And for the first time, I start to wonder if maybe, just maybe, I don't want this to end. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 38. Renee. The snow has a way of making everything feel quieter, softer. After the chaos of the afternoon, with snowballs flying and laughter echoing through the trees, the warmth of the cabin feels like a refuge. I'm standing in the kitchen, my hands dusted with flour as I prepped the chicken Adrien pulled out of the freezer earlier. He's next to me, chopping vegetables with surprising efficiency. You're shockingly domestic for someone who thinks eating raw eggs is a good idea, I tease, glancing at him as I season the bird. He smirks, not looking up from his task. I'm full of surprises, Renee. You'll learn that eventually. Eventually, I echo, raising an eyebrow. He tosses the chopped carrots and potatoes into a bowl, adding a pinch of salt and pepper before looking at me. Stick around long enough, and you might even see me bake. I laugh, shaking my head. I'll believe it when I see it. By the time the chicken is in the oven, the cabin smells incredible. The aroma of roasted garlic and herbs fills the air, mixing with the crackle of the fire in the living room. Adrien pours us both a glass of wine, and we settle onto the couch while we wait for dinner. It's almost too perfect, I say, taking a sip of the rich red. What is? He asks, leaning back with his arm draped across the back of the couch. This, I reply, gesturing vaguely around the cabin. The snow, the fire, the food. It's like something out of a movie. Maybe it is, he says, his eyes on mine. Or maybe it's just what happens when you stop running and let yourself enjoy the moment. For a moment, I don't know how to respond. I'm not running, I say finally, my voice quieter now. His lips curve into a small smile and he leans closer, his gaze steady. Good, because I don't want you to. Dinner is ready before I can dwell on his words for too long. We sit at the small table by the window. The storm outside, nothing more than a faint whisper now. The chicken is golden and crisp, the vegetables perfectly roasted, and I can't help but marvel at how easy everything feels. This is incredible, I say, cutting into my slice of chicken. He grins, raising his glass. To teamwork. To teamwork, I echo, clinking my glass against his. The meal is simple, but it feels like so much more. The way he smiles when I laugh, the way his knee brushes against mine under the table, the way his voice softens when he asks about my favorite childhood memory. It's all so intimate and terrifying because the walls I've spent so long building are starting to crumble. After dinner, we clean up together, the sound of running water and clinking dishes oddly soothing. Careful, he says as I reach for a heavy skillet. I can handle it, I reply, rolling my eyes. I know, he says, his voice softer now. But that doesn't mean you have to do it alone. I freeze, his words catching me off guard. When I turn to look at him, his gaze is steady, the teasing edge gone. For a moment, the world feels very small. Just me, Adrien, and the quiet understanding in his eyes. Later, we're back on the couch, another glass of wine in hand, as the fire crackles softly. You know, he says, his voice low and warm, if someone had told me a week ago that I'd be stuck in a cabin with you, roasting chickens and making snow angels, I'd have laughed in their face. Funny, I reply, smiling. I would have done the same thing. He chuckles, the sound wrapping around me like a blanket. But now, I ask, my voice quieter. Now, he says, leaning closer, I wouldn't trade it for anything. His words steal my breath. And before I can think, he's cupping my cheek, his thumb brushing against my skin. You make it impossible to stay mad at you, I whisper, my voice trembling slightly. Good, he murmurs, his lips curling into a soft smile. Because I'd rather have this. And then he kisses me. It's slow and tender. The kind of kiss that feels like a promise. The fire crackles softly in the background, the snow falling silently outside, and I let myself fall.
Chapter 39. Adrien. Her lips are soft, warm, and full of unspoken promises. When I kiss Renee, it feels like the rest of the world fades away. The snow, the storm, even the glow of the fire. All of it becomes background noise, eclipsed by the feel of her against me. She leans into the kiss, her fingers tangling in my hair, and I feel a surge of satisfaction. For all her walls, all her sharp edges, she's here. She's choosing this, choosing me. I pull her closer, my hand settling on her waist, and she gasps softly against my lips. The sound sends a shiver down my spine, and I can't help but smile. "Something funny?" she murmurs, pulling back just enough to look at me. "You," I say, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "You make me feel like I'm playing with fire." Her lips curve into a teasing smile, her eyes sparkling in the firelight. "And here I thought you liked taking risks." "I do," I reply, leaning in to kiss her again. "Especially when the stakes are this high." She shifts in my lap, her hands sliding down to my chest as she deepens the kiss. Her touch is deliberate, teasing, and I can feel her smirk even as our lips meet. "You're enjoying this," I say, my voice low as I pull back slightly. "Maybe," she replies, tilting her head. "What's your point?" My hands tighten on her waist and I grin. "My point is, you talk a big game, but I don't think you're ready for what happens when you push me too far." Her eyes narrow and she leans in, her lips brushing against my ear as she whispers, "Try me." The teasing quickly turns into something more, the heat between us building with every touch, every kiss. She trails her fingers along the edge of my jaw, her touch light but maddeningly precise, and I can't help but laugh softly. "What?" she asks, pulling back just enough to look at me. "You're dangerous," I say, my voice rough. "I don't think you realize how much." Her smile is slow, almost predatory. "Good." I kiss her again, harder this time, and she responds with equal fervor, her fingers curling into the fabric of my shirt. The fire crackles beside us, casting flickering shadows across her face, and I wonder how I ever thought I could keep my distance from her. "Your trouble, Renee," I murmur against her lips. "So are you," she replies, her voice breathless but steady. I laugh, shaking my head as I rest my forehead against hers. "You make it impossible to walk away, you know that?" "Good," she says, her hand sliding down my chest. "Because I don't want you to." For a moment we stay like that, wrapped in each other and the glow of the fire. But then she pulls back, her gaze steady and filled with something I can't quite place. "Adrien," she says softly, her voice carrying more weight than I expect. "Yeah?" She hesitates, and then her lips curve into a small smile. "Take me upstairs." Her words hit me like a bolt of lightning, and for a second, all I can do is stare at her. "Are you sure?" I ask, my voice low. She nods, her smile growing as she leans in to kiss me again, her answer clear in the way her hands grip mine. I stand, lifting her effortlessly as she wraps her arms around my neck, her laughter filling the room as I carry her toward the stairs. The firelight fades as we leave the living room behind, but the heat between us burns brighter than ever. Chapter 40, Adrien.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself. with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 41. Adrien. The morning sunlight filters through the curtains, soft and golden, casting a warm glow over the room. For a moment, I just lie there, watching her sleep. Renee is curled up beside me, her hair spread out like a halo on the pillow. Her breathing is steady, her face peaceful in a way that makes my chest tighten. I'm not sure when it happened. When she went from being my favorite challenge to the person I can't imagine walking away from. Last night was everything I didn't know I wanted. But it's morning now, and the real world is about to come crashing back in. I ease out of bed, careful not to wake her, and head downstairs to start coffee. The cabin feels different now. Lighter, maybe. Or maybe that's just me. By the time the coffee is brewed, Renee has joined me, wearing one of my shirts and rubbing sleep from her eyes. "Morning," I say, handing her a mug. "Morning," she replies, her voice still thick with sleep. She takes a sip of coffee, leaning against the counter as she looks out the window. The storm has cleared, leaving behind a blanket of snow that sparkles in the sunlight. "It's beautiful," she says softly. "Yeah," I reply, my eyes on her. "It is." She catches me staring and rolls her eyes, but the faint smile on her lips betrays her. We're halfway through breakfast, scrambled eggs and toast, simple but satisfying, when the sound of a helicopter cuts through the quiet. "What the hell?" Renee says, setting her fork down and walking to the window. Her bare feet pad quietly across the wooden floor, her shoulders tense with concern. I follow her, and sure enough, a helicopter is descending into the clearing outside the cabin, kicking up snow as it lands. The white powder swirls in violent eddies, creating a miniature blizzard around the aircraft's skids. "Jacob," I mutter, already shaking my head. The familiar sight of the sleek black helicopter is unmistakable, even through the storm of displaced snow. "Of course it's Jacob," Renee says, crossing her arms. Her reflection in the window glass shows the mixture of annoyance and resignation I've come to recognize whenever Jacob's involved. Who else would show up like this? Only he would think a helicopter is an acceptable way to make a morning visit. I glance down at her and her long, long legs under my shirt. Without thinking, I swat her bottom and watch it jiggle. She gasps in outrage, but there's a smile on her face, her dark eyes sparkling with a mixture of indignation and amusement. "Adrien." She tries to sound stern, but fails miserably. I smirk, grabbing a handful and shutting her up with a kiss. Her body melts against mine for a moment before I pull away. "Go put some pants on. Jacob's got no shot at seeing you like this." She blushes, her cheeks darkening beautifully, but scurries to the stairs, my shirt riding up with each quick step. "Stop looking at my butt!" she calls without looking back, knowing full well what I'm doing. "No chance in hell," I remark, enjoying the view until she disappears around the corner. When she returns, I hand over her coat. We step outside, the cold biting at my skin as we watch the helicopter's blades slow. Jacob climbs out, grinning like he's just pulled off the greatest prank of his life. "Well, good morning," he calls, his voice carrying over the hum of the engine, that smug grin still plastered across his face. "Are you serious right now?" I shout back, stomping through the snow toward him, each step crunching angrily beneath my feet. "Serious as a heart attack," he replies, slapping me on the back as I reach him, clearly pleased with himself. "Thought I'd come check on you two. Make sure you didn't kill each other." I glare at him, my jaw clenching, but Renee beats me to it. "Kill each other," she says, her tone sharp enough to cut glass, arms crossed tightly over her chest. "Jacob, you stranded us here." "And you're welcome," he says, completely unbothered by our anger, rocking back on his heels like he's just given us the greatest gift in the world. "You needed it." She throws her hands up, muttering something that sounds suspiciously like a string of curses under her breath as she turns back toward the cabin, her boots leaving deep impressions in the snow. Jacob watches her go, his grin widening to Cheshire Cat proportions. She's still mad, huh? Gee, what gave it away? I snap, crossing my arms tighter against my chest to fight off both the cold and my rising irritation. The death glares or the cursing? He laughs, shaking his head like we're both being ridiculous. Come on, admit it. I did you a favor. I don't respond right away, my gaze drifting back to the cabin where Renee is standing in the doorway, her arms crossed, but her expression softening as she watches us. Yeah, I say finally, my voice quieter now. Maybe you did.
Chapter 42. Renee. The sound of the helicopter's blades fills my ears, drowning out everything else as we lift off from the cabin. The snowy landscape below shrinks into a blur, the peaceful isolation of the past few days fading with it. Adrien is beside me, his gaze fixed out the window, his profile calm and unreadable. I wish I could say the same for myself, because as much as I hated being stranded with him at first, now I can't help but worry about what happens next. Jacob is chatting with the pilot up front, completely at ease, as if he didn't just drop a metaphorical bomb on my life. I glance at Adrien, stealing a moment to study him while he's not looking. The way his jaw tightens slightly when he's lost in thought. The way his hands rest on his lap, strong and steady. The way he made me feel like I could let my guard down, even if just for a little while. But now, as the city looms closer in the distance, I feel that guard creeping back up. What if this was just a cabin thing? What if the snowstorm, the isolation, the firelight? It was all a bubble that's about to pop. You know, what happens in Vermont stays in Vermont. And what if Adrien is just as good at walking away as he is at staying in the game? By the time we land, my nerves are frayed. Jacob hops out first, spinning to face us with his signature grin. Well, that wasn't so bad, was it? I glare at him, brushing past without a word. Adrien chuckles softly behind me, and I can feel his eyes on my back as we step onto the tarmac. Jacob claps Adrien on the shoulder. You owe me for this, Blackwell. Big time. Yeah, Adrien replies, his tone light but distracted. Jacob gives me a quick wave. Take care, Renee, and try not to be too hard on him. Before I can respond, he's climbing back into the helicopter, leaving Adrien and me alone as the engine roars to life. The silence between us stretches as we watch the helicopter take off, the wind whipping around us. Are you okay? Adrien asks, his voice cutting through the noise. I nod, my arms wrapped around myself. Yeah, just adjusting. He steps closer, his hand brushing against my arm. You don't have to. I look up at him, frowning. Don't have to what? Adjust, he says, his gaze steady. Not for me, not for this. But what does that even mean? What is he trying to say? Come home with me, he says suddenly, his voice softer now. My chest tightens. Adrien? I'm serious, he says, his eyes locking onto mine. We don't have to lose this, Renee. Not if we don't want to. I hesitate, the weight of his words sinking in. Your place? I ask, my voice quieter now. He nods. Yeah, stay with me. Just for tonight. I search his face for any sign that this is just another game, but all I see is sincerity. And for the first time, I think maybe, just maybe, this could be real. Okay, I say finally, my voice steady. His lips curve into a small smile, and he reaches for my hand, lacing his fingers through mine. Let's go, he says, his tone soft but firm. And as we walk away from the tarmac, hand in hand, I feel the tension in my chest begin to ease. Maybe we don't have to lose this after all. Chapter 43. Renee. Make yourself at home, he says, releasing my hand and gesturing around the open living space. I nod, wandering toward the windows and staring out at the glittering skyline. It's a stark contrast to the quiet, snow-covered woods we just left, but there's something grounding about the steady hum of the city. You okay? Adrian's voice comes from behind me, softer now. I turn, giving him a small smile. Yeah, just, adjusting. Again with the adjusting, he teases, stepping closer. You need to stop overthinking everything, Renee. I laugh softly, shaking my head. Easier said than done. We order pizza, settling on something simple. Pepperoni for me, sausage and mushrooms for him. And by the time it arrives, I've ditched my coat and boots, swapping them for one of his hoodies and a pair of his 2 big socks. He doesn't comment on the hoodie, but the way his lips twitch into a small smile when he sees me wearing it makes my chest feel lighter. Where do you want to eat? He asks, holding up the pizza boxes. Right here's fine, I reply, gesturing to the couch. He raises an eyebrow. Nope, bed. What? We're eating in bed, he says matter-of-factly, already heading toward the bedroom. I hesitate, glancing at the couch. But the sight of him disappearing down the hall makes me laugh softly as I follow. His bedroom is as immaculate as the rest of the apartment. Crisp white sheets, dark wood furniture, a faint smell of cedar and something distinctly him. Adrien sets the pizza boxes on the bed and climbs in, patting the space beside him. Come on, he says, his grin infectious. You'll like it. It's the ultimate lazy luxury. Rolling my eyes, I climb in beside him, propping myself up against the pillows as he flips open the first box. Pepperoni for the lady, he says, handing me a slice. Thank you, I reply, smirking as I take it. The first bite is heavenly, the combination of melty cheese and crispy crust reminding me of sleepovers and movie nights as a kid. This is surprisingly good, I admit, glancing at him. Surprisingly? He echoes, feigning offense. You doubt my pizza ordering skills? I doubt everything about you, I tease, grinning. He laughs, shaking his head. You're impossible. So are you, I reply, nudging him with my elbow. As we eat, the conversation shifts, growing quieter, more intimate. Do you have siblings? I ask, taking a sip from the can of soda he handed me earlier. One, he replies. An older brother, Ryan. He's the golden child naturally. I raise an eyebrow. Golden child? He smirks, but there's a softness in his eyes that wasn't there before. He's got the perfect life. Wife, kids, a nice house in the suburbs. Meanwhile, I'm, me. I tilt my head, studying him. And you think that's a bad thing? Not bad, he says, his voice quieter now. Just different. My family doesn't really get what I do, or why I've made the choices I've made. I nod, understanding more than I expected to. I get that. My mom used to think I was wasting my potential by not going into law or medicine, that I want to take up my dad's offer. They're divorced. So, you know. And now? Now she's just happy I'm happy, I reply, smiling softly. It took a while, but she came around. He nods, leaning back against the headboard. It's funny, isn't it? How much of our lives we spend trying to live up to other people's expectations. Yeah, I say, my voice quieter now. But eventually you have to live for yourself. We finish the pizza, the empty boxes pushed to the side as the conversation drifts to childhood memories. His first disastrous attempt at cooking, I'd almost burned down the kitchen making eggs. My obsession with winning every school spelling bee and everything in between. I used to climb trees all the time as a kid, I admit, laughing, I thought it made me fearless. You? Fearless? He teases, smirking. Don't start, I warn, rolling my eyes. Hey, I like it, he says, his voice softening. It suits you. The compliment catches me off guard, and for a moment I don't know how to respond. You're not what I expected, I say finally, meeting his gaze. His lips curve into a small smile. His eyes warm. Neither are you. The quiet stretches between us, but it's not uncomfortable. He shifts closer, his hand brushing against mine as he leans in slightly. Renee, he says softly, his voice steady but low. Yeah? His eyes lock onto mine, and for a moment, I think he's going to say something profound, but instead, he smiles, his lips curling into that infuriatingly charming grin. Admit it, he says. You like me. I laugh, shoving his shoulder lightly. You're ridiculous. You didn't deny it, he points out, his grin widening. Rolling my eyes, I reach for the blanket at the foot of the bed, pulling it over both of us. Good night, Adrien. Good night, Renee, he replies. But there's a warmth in his voice that lingers long after the lights are out. And as I drift off to sleep, I can't help but think that maybe, just maybe, this could be the start of something I never saw coming. Chapter 44. Renee. The morning sunlight streams through the windows, filling Adrian's apartment with a warm glow. He's still fast asleep when I quietly slip out of bed, careful not to wake him. The night before feels like a dream. The laughter, the pizza, the quiet moments where his guard slipped, and I saw the man underneath the charm. But now as I pad into the kitchen, my thoughts are scattered. Maybe I could make breakfast. I'm not much of a chef, but scrambled eggs and toast are within my wheelhouse. Something simple, something normal. As I crack the eggs into a bowl, I find myself smiling, humming softly to the sound of the city waking up outside. For the first time in a long time, things feel right. The door opens behind me, the sound startling in the otherwise quiet apartment. I glance over my shoulder, expecting to see Adrien. But it's not Adrien. A woman stands in the doorway, her coat draped over one arm, her designer heels clicking softly against the floor as she steps inside. She's stunning. Long dark hair, sharp features, and an air of confidence that fills the room. For a moment, neither of us speaks. Then her gaze lands on me, and her expression shifts, confusion flickering across her face before it hardens. "Who the hell are you?" she asks, her voice sharp. I blink, the bowl of eggs still in my hands. "I could ask you the same thing." She narrows her eyes, stepping closer. "I'm Grace, Adrian's girlfriend." Her words hit me like a punch to the gut, the air leaving my lungs as I stare at her. "Girlfriend?" I echo, my voice shaking. "Yes," she says, crossing her arms. "And now it's your turn to explain why you're in his kitchen, wearing his clothes." My mind races, trying to piece together what's happening. Adrien didn't mention a girlfriend, not once. And yet here she is, standing in his apartment, looking at me like I'm the intruder. "I think you're mistaken," I say finally, setting the bowl down on the counter. Adrien didn't mention anything about having a girlfriend. Her laugh is cold, her eyes narrowing further. Of course he didn't. That's classic Adrien, always keeping his options open. The accusation stings, and for a moment I feel my guard slipping. "I don't know who you think you are," I say, my voice steady despite the anger bubbling beneath the surface. "But you need to leave." "I'm not going anywhere," she snaps. "I have every right to be here. You, on the other hand." She gestures toward me, her expression dripping with disdain. "That's it." I step closer, my fists clenching at my sides. Look, I don't know what kind of game you're trying to play, but Adrien and I— What? She interrupts, her tone mocking. You thought you were special? That you were the only one? Her words cut deeper than I'd like to admit, but I don't back down. Get out, I say firmly, my voice rising. Right now, before I make you. She scoffs, looking me up and down like she's deciding whether or not I'm worth the fight. Finally, she smirks, turning on her heel. Good luck, sweetheart, she says over her shoulder. You're going to need it. The door slams behind her, and the silence that follows feels deafening. My chest is tight, my hands trembling as I lean against the counter. Adrien has a girlfriend? No, it doesn't make sense. He couldn't. He wouldn't. Not after everything we've shared. But the doubt is already creeping in, whispering in the back of my mind. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. There has to be an explanation. There has to be. When Adrien finally emerges from the bedroom, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, I'm still standing in the kitchen, staring at the empty doorway where Grace had been. Morning, he says, his voice warm but groggy. Who's Grace? I cut him off, my voice sharper than I intended. He freezes, his expression shifting from sleepy confusion to something harder to read. Where did you hear that name? He asked carefully. She was here, I say, crossing my arms. She said she's your girlfriend. His eyes widen, and for a moment, I see something flicker across his face. Shock, guilt. I can't tell. What? He says finally, his voice firm. Renee, that's not— Don't, I snap, holding up a hand. Don't lie to me, Adrien. I'm not lying, he says, stepping closer. She's not my girlfriend. She hasn't been for a long time. Then why does she have a key to your apartment? I demand, my voice rising. He hesitates, and that hesitation feels like a confirmation. Renee, listen. No, I say, my chest tightening as I step back. You don't get to do this. Not again. Not after everything. His face falls, the confidence I'm so used to seeing replaced by something almost desperate. Renee, he says softly. Just let me explain. But I don't want to listen. I'm tired of this. This game, I say, lacking even the effort to shout anymore. I don't want to play anymore.
Chapter 45. Adrien. The door slams shut, the sound echoing through the apartment, and I'm left standing in the middle of the kitchen, staring at the empty space where Renee had been. She's gone. My chest tightens, the realization hitting harder than I expected. She didn't just walk out of my apartment. She walked out of us, and I don't blame her. Grace showing up was bad enough, but the look on Renee's face when I hesitated to answer her questions, that's what's going to haunt me. Because in that moment, I knew I'd lost her. The first drink goes down fast. The bar is dimly lit, the kind of place where no one asks questions as long as your money's good. The bartender barely glances at me as he slides another whiskey across the counter. I down it just as quickly, the burn in my throat doing little to numb the ache in my chest. Renee's voice plays in my head, sharp and accusing. Don't lie to me, Adrien. I wasn't lying, not exactly. Grace isn't my girlfriend, hasn't been for a long time. But I didn't tell Renee about her, didn't warn her that there might still be ghosts lingering in my life. And now I'm paying the price. By the third drink, the edges of the world start to blur, but my thoughts are still razor sharp. I see her face every time I close my eyes, the fire in her gaze when she demanded answers, the hurt that flashed across her features when I hesitated. I've had my fair share of women walk out on me. Hell, I've pushed most of them out the door myself. But this feels different. This feels permanent. Jacob shows up halfway through my fourth drink, sliding onto the stool beside me without a word. The familiar creak of leather and his cologne, sharp and woodsy, announces his presence before I even look up. "How'd you find me?" I ask, my voice slurring slightly. The glass feels heavier in my hand than it did a few minutes ago. "You're predictable," he replies, signaling to the bartender for a drink. "And you always come here when you're spiraling." His eyes scan my face, taking in what I'm sure is a pathetic sight. I grunt, taking another sip. "Not spiraling." The whiskey burns less now than it did 3 drinks ago, which is probably not a good sign. "Sure you're not," he says, his tone dry. The bartender sets his drink down with a soft clink, and Jacob wraps his fingers around the glass like he's settling in for the long haul. We sit in silence for a while, the noise of the bar filling the gaps between us. The clinking glasses and murmured conversations wash over me like white noise, doing little to dull the ache in my chest. "Renee left, didn't she?" Jacob asks finally, his voice softer now, tinged with understanding and a hint of that annoying "I told you so" wisdom he's so good at. I nod, staring down at the amber liquid in my glass, watching it catch the dim bar lights. My reflection fragments across its surface, distorted and fitting. "And let me guess, Grace showed up?" "Yeah." The single syllable feels heavy on my tongue, weighted with everything I'm not saying. He sighs, running a hand through his hair. "Adrien, you've got to stop letting your past screw up your present." The words hit harder than the whiskey, probably because they're true. "It's not that simple," I snap, my voice harsher than I intended, the words echoing off the polished bar top like accusations. My fingers tighten around the glass until my knuckles pale. "Isn't it?" He counters, his gaze steady, unflinching in that way that makes me want to look anywhere else. "You care about her. She cares about you. But if you keep dragging your baggage into this, you're going to lose her for good. And we both know Renee isn't the type to give third chances." I finish my drink, the alcohol doing little to dull the ache in my chest. The whiskey burns a familiar path down my throat, but even that sensation feels hollow, meaningless against the weight of everything I'm trying not to think about. By the time Jacob drags me out of the bar, the city lights are blurry, and my legs feel like lead. The neon signs blend together into a kaleidoscope of colors I can't quite focus on, each step more uncertain than the last. "You're an idiot, you know that?" he says as he helps me into a cab. His grip is firm on my arm, steadying me when I nearly miss the seat entirely. "Yeah," I mutter, leaning my head against the window. The cool glass offers little comfort, but at least it gives me something solid to anchor myself to. "Fix this," he says, his tone firm, "before it's too late." I don't respond, my thoughts spinning as the cab pulls away from the curb. The streetlights streak past like shooting stars, each one a reminder of every mistake I've made with Renee. Because the truth is, I don't know if I can.
Chapter 46, Renee. The days blur together, one dragging into the next, each heavier than the last, like stones piling up on my shoulders until I can barely stand. I throw myself into work, bury myself in projects, stay late at the office until my eyes burn from staring at screens, but nothing helps. Adrien is everywhere, in my thoughts, in the quiet spaces of my apartment, in the ache I carry in my chest, in every coffee shop where we used to meet, in every song that plays on the radio. I replay our last conversation on an endless loop, the sharpness of my words, the way his expression crumbled when I walked out. Each memory is a fresh wound, reopening just when I think it might finally start to heal. I'm angry at him, at his choices, his priorities, the way he let his family's expectations overshadow everything we built together. But I'm also angry at myself for being so naive, so hopeful, for letting him in, for believing that what we had could last, for thinking that love alone could bridge the gap between our worlds. when reality had other plans? Day 1, I avoid my phone like it's a loaded weapon, afraid that one moment of weakness will shatter my resolve. The screen lights up with notifications I refuse to read, each one a potential landmine. I delete unsent messages I've typed to Adrien, each more desperate than the last. My fingers hover over the keyboard, crafting and erasing confessions, accusations, pleas that would only make me hate myself more in the morning. Day 2, Grace's face flashes in my mind every time I close my eyes. Her smug smile, the way she looked at me like I was nothing more than a complication, an inconvenient obstacle in the perfectly planned future she'd mapped out for her son. The diamond on her finger probably cost more than my yearly rent. Day 3, I lie awake until dawn, staring at the ceiling and wondering if he even cared. The shadows dance across the walls, morphing into memories I can't escape. The ticking clock becomes a metronome for my spiraling thoughts. By day 4, I've had enough. The anger finally burns hotter than the hurt, and somehow that makes breathing easier. I pull myself out of bed, lace up my worn running shoes, and hit the pavement with determined steps. The cold air bites at my skin like tiny needles, my breath fogging in the early morning light as I push myself harder, faster, trying to outrun the ghost of what we were. But no matter how far I run, how many miles I put between us, I can't escape him. Adrien's presence lingers like a shadow I can't shake. The gym becomes my sanctuary, a place where I can drown out my thoughts with the hum of treadmills and the rhythmic clang of weights. I lose myself in the burn of muscles and the steady count of repetitions, finding comfort in the predictable pain. But even there, between sets of deadlifts and the mindless rhythm of cardio, the memories creep in. The way he smiled at me across crowded lecture halls. The way he touched me like I was something precious. The way he made me feel like I was finally safe. Before it all came crashing down. By the end of the week, I'm exhausted, mentally, physically, emotionally. And still, the ache remains. It's Saturday when everything changes. I'm walking to the gym, my earbuds in, my mind miles away, when I see him. Adrien. He's standing on the sidewalk just ahead, his hands shoved into his coat pockets, his gaze fixed on the ground. His dark hair is tousled by the wind, and his usual pristine appearance seems slightly disheveled, like he's been running his fingers through it repeatedly. My breath catches, my steps faltering as I stare at him. The world around me blurs, and the music playing through my earbuds becomes nothing more than white noise. He looks different, tired, maybe even a little lost. The confident smirk I've grown so used to is nowhere to be found. Dark circles shadow his eyes, and his shoulders slump forward in a way that seems so foreign on his normally perfect posture. Even his expensive coat hangs on his frame differently, like he's somehow smaller than before. I could turn around, pretend I didn't see him. But something in the way he's standing, the way his shoulders slump slightly, makes it impossible for me to walk away. That inherent need to fix things, to understand what could possibly bring Adrian Blackwell so low, pulls at me like an invisible thread. Adrien? I say softly, my voice cutting through the noise of the street. The word feels foreign on my tongue after so long. His head snaps up, his eyes widening when he sees me. That familiar electric blue gaze hits me with the force of a lightning bolt, and I feel my carefully constructed walls begin to crack. Renee, he says, my name like a breath of relief on his lips. The way he says it, like a prayer, like salvation, makes my heart stutter in my chest. We stand there for a moment, the world around us fading as our gazes lock, the bustling city street, the honking cars, the rush of people walking past. It all dissolves into nothing but background static as the space between us crackles with unspoken words. And in that instant, I know this isn't over. It never was. Chapter 47. Renee. I'm frozen on the sidewalk, staring at Adrien as 1,000 emotions crash over me. Anger, sadness, hope. It's all there, tangled together and impossible to sort out. He takes a step closer, and I can see the tension in his jaw, the uncertainty in his eyes. Adrian Blackwell, usually so confident, looks anything but. "Renee," he says softly, his voice raw. "Please, just give me a minute." I cross my arms, trying to keep the walls up even as they threaten to crumble. "A minute for what, Adrien? Another excuse? Another lie?" He flinches, his gaze dropping for a moment before he meets mine again. No, no more lies, no more excuses, just the truth. He exhales, running a hand through his hair as he glances around. The noise of the street seems to fade, the world narrowing to just the two of us. "Grace isn't my girlfriend," he says, his voice steady. "She was. A long time ago, but it ended, Renee. It ended because I realized I wanted more than what we had." "Then why does she have a key to your apartment?" I demand, my voice sharper than I intended. "She shouldn't," he admits, stepping closer. "I should have changed the locks. I should have told you about her. But I didn't because I didn't think she mattered anymore. I didn't think she'd ever come back into my life." I stare at him, my heart pounding as I try to decide whether or not to believe him. "Renee," he says, his voice breaking slightly. "The only person who matters to me now is you, and I've spent the past week trying to figure out how to fix this, how to fix us." Before I can respond, he pulls something out of his pocket, a folded piece of paper. "What is that?" I ask, frowning. He hands it to me, his hands trembling slightly. I unfold it, my eyes scanning the words written in his messy, scrawling handwriting. It's a letter. Every line is filled with his thoughts, his feelings, his apologies, how he's never been good at relationships, how he pushes people away before they can hurt him. But the last line catches my breath. "I love you, Renee. I'm scared of it, but I love you." I look up at him, my chest tightening as I clutch the letter in my hands. "You love me?" I whisper, the words barely audible. "Yes," he says, his voice steady. "I love you. And I'm not asking you to forgive me right away or to forget what happened, but I'm asking you to give me a chance to prove that I mean it." Tears prick at the corners of my eyes, and I hate that I'm this close to breaking, but his words, the way he says them, the way he looks at me like I'm the only thing in the world that matters, make it impossible to stay angry. "Adrien," I say softly, stepping closer. He reaches for my hand, his touch warm and familiar. "Let me show you, Renee. Let me show you how much you mean to me." The moment stretches, the noise of the city fading to nothing. I think of all the reasons I should walk away, the hurt, the doubt, the fear. But then I think of all the reasons I want to stay, and I realize there's no choice at all. I step into him, his arms wrapping around me as I press my forehead to his chest. The familiar scent of his cologne surrounds me, grounding me in this moment. "I love you too," I whisper, my voice breaking. The words I've held back for so long finally break free, and it feels like letting go of a weight I didn't know I was carrying. He pulls back just enough to look at me, his eyes wide with surprise. "You do?" There's something vulnerable in his expression, something that makes my heart ache. I nod, a tear slipping down my cheek as I smile. "Yeah, I do. Even when you drive me insane." My fingers curl into the fabric of his shirt, holding on like he might disappear if I let go. His laugh is soft, his hands framing my face as he leans in, his lips brushing against mine. His thumb gently wipes away the tear track on my cheek. The kiss is everything. Soft and tender, but filled with the promise of something more. It's the kind of kiss that makes me forget about control, about doubts, about anything but this moment and the way he makes me feel.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 48. Adrien. The private plane gleams in the midday sun, its sleek design a stark contrast to the snowy tarmac beneath it. Renee stands beside me, her hand in mine, her expression caught somewhere between disbelief and cautious excitement. Jacob leans against a black SUV a few feet away, a smug grin plastered across his face. I'm never going to hear the end of this, am I? I ask, raising an eyebrow at him. Not a chance, he replies, pushing off the car and strolling toward us. But come on, admit it, I'm a genius. You're a meddler, I shoot back, though there's no real bite in my tone. Renee squeezes my hand, her fingers warm against mine despite the winter chill, and I glance down at her, the tension in my chest easing when I see the faint smile playing on her lips. The way she's looking at the jet with equal parts wonder and apprehension makes my heart skip a beat. Jacob stops in front of us, his grin widening as he pulls an envelope from his coat pocket. Everything's set. You've got the villa, the staff, the works. Consider it my way of saying, don't screw this up. His eyes dart meaningfully between Renee and me, making his intentions crystal clear. I roll my eyes, fighting back the urge to shove him. Subtle as ever. The words come out dry, but there's gratitude beneath the sarcasm. He claps me on the shoulder, his expression softening into something more sincere than his usual smirk. Seriously, though, take the time, Adrien. She's worth it. The way he says it, quiet enough that only I can hear, tells me he means every word. Renee glances at him, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before she nods. Her fingers fidget with the strap of her designer bag, betraying her unease with such extravagant gestures. Thanks, Jacob. Don't thank me yet, he says, winking with his trademark mischief. Wait until you see the villa. It's ridiculous. Think Mediterranean paradise meets billionaire playboy. I smirk, shaking my head at his characteristic excess. You really didn't have to do all this. The words feel inadequate against the scale of his generosity, but he waves them away like smoke. Of course I did, he replies, stepping back toward the SUV, keys jangling in his hand. Now get on the plane before I change my mind and decide to tag along myself. We board the jet, and the luxury is as over-the-top as I expected. Plush leather seats, polished wood accents, a fully stocked bar. It's Jacob in airplane form. The air inside smells of leather and expensive cologne, and the soft lighting makes everything gleam like it's been dipped in gold. Renee settles into one of the seats, her fingers trailing over the armrest as she looks out the window. This doesn't feel real, she says softly, her voice barely audible over the hum of the engines. It's real, I say, sitting across from her. All of it. You and me. This. She turns to look at me, her expression unreadable. Adrien, Don't overthink it, I cut in gently, leaning forward. Let's just enjoy it, one day at a time. Her lips curve into a small smile and she nods. Okay. The flight is smooth, the hours passing in a blur of laughter, quiet conversation, and the kind of comfortable silence that feels like its own form of intimacy. At one point, Renee drifts off, her head resting against the window, and I find myself watching her again, the soft rise and fall of her breathing grounding me in a way I didn't think possible. Jacob was right. She's worth it. By the time we land in Barbados, the sun is setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Jacob wasn't kidding about the arrangements. A sleek black car waits for us on the tarmac, the driver loading our bags as we step into the warm island air. The villa is even more impressive than I expected. Perched on a cliff overlooking the ocean, it's all open spaces and floor-to-ceiling windows, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks below filling the air. Modern architecture blends seamlessly with Caribbean charm, white walls contrasting beautifully against the deep blue of the sea beyond. Renee steps inside, her eyes wide as she takes it all in. Her fingers trail along the polished marble countertops, and I can see her mentally cataloging every luxurious detail. This is... She starts, trailing off as she turns to me, clearly overwhelmed by the grandeur surrounding us. Perfect, I finish for her, my hand brushing against hers. The simple contact sends electricity through my skin, a reminder of why we're really here. She smiles, her eyes shining in the soft light. Yeah, perfect. The word comes out barely above a whisper, heavy with meaning. As we settle into the villa, the tension of the past week starts to fade, replaced by something lighter. The island air seems to work its magic, washing away the stress and complications we left behind in the city, leaving only possibility in its wake. This is our chance to start over, to figure out what we are and what we can be. And as we sit on the terrace that night, the ocean stretching endlessly before us, I know one thing for certain. I'm not letting her go.
Chapter 49. Renee. The sun is high in the sky, its warm rays streaming through the open windows of the villa, as the sound of waves crashing against the shore fills the air. Barbados feels like a dream, blue skies, turquoise waters, and a sense of peace I haven't felt in ages. Adrien is in the living room, leaning against the sleek bar as he flips through his phone. He looks completely at ease, his hair tousled and his shirt unbuttoned, just enough to reveal a hint of the tan he's already starting to get. And I can't help but think how much fun it would be to shake up that calm. I find the bikini in one of the drawers in the villa's bedroom, clearly left there by someone else. But it's brand new, the tag still attached. It's smaller than anything I'd normally wear, all bright colors and barely there fabric. But today I'm feeling bold. Slipping it on, I glance at myself in the mirror. It's risque, sure, but it fits like a glove, accentuating curves I usually keep under wraps. I grab a loose sheer cover-up to drape over my shoulders, letting it hang open just enough to hint at what's underneath. Then I step out into the living room. Adrien looks up as I enter, his eyes locking on me instantly. For a moment, he just stares, his phone forgotten in his hand. Wow, he says finally, his voice low and full of something I can't quite place. I smirk, walking toward him with an exaggerated sway in my hips. Too much? Not even close, he replies, his gaze flicking over me appreciatively. Well, I say, stopping just in front of him, I was thinking about heading down to the beach. Care to join me? He arches an eyebrow, his lips curving into a slow grin. You're going to make it very hard to say no, aren't you? That's the idea, I reply, grabbing his hand and tugging him toward the door. The path to the beach is a short, winding trail lined with palm trees, the air filled with the scent of salt and sun. The sand is warm beneath my feet as we step onto the secluded stretch of shoreline. The ocean glittering like a jewel under the midday sun. Adrien carries a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, his easy confidence making it impossible not to smile. "You planned this, didn't you?" he asks, glancing at me as he sets the wine down on a nearby blanket. "Maybe," I admit, sitting down and stretching my legs out in front of me. He joins me, uncorking the bottle and pouring us each a glass. "To what?" he asks, holding his glass up. I think for a moment, my eyes meeting his. "To letting go," I say softly. He nods, his gaze lingering on mine as our glasses clink together. To letting go. The wine is crisp and cool, the perfect complement to the warmth of the sun and the gentle breeze rolling in off the ocean. We talk about everything and nothing, the conversation flowing as easily as the waves lapping at the shore. He tells me about the first poker game he ever played, how he lost miserably but couldn't stop chasing the thrill of it. I tell him about the time I accidentally signed up for a marathon, thinking it was a 5K, and somehow managed to finish anyway. His laugh is deep and genuine, and I can't help but laugh with him, the sound carried away by the breeze. At some point, the conversation fades, replaced by a comfortable silence. Adrien leans back on his elbows, his gaze shifting from the ocean to me. "You're incredible, you know that?" he says, his voice low and steady. I raise an eyebrow, smirking. "Flattery is a fool's game, Blackwell." "It's not flattery," he replies, sitting up and leaning closer. "It's the truth." His hand brushes against mine, the touch sending a spark up my arm, and suddenly the air between us feels heavier, charged. "Adrien," I say softly, my voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah?" he murmurs, his gaze locked on mine. I don't answer. Instead, I lean in, my lips brushing against his in a kiss that starts slow and deliberate before deepening into something more. His hand slips to my waist, pulling me closer as the wine glass in my hand falls forgotten into the sand. The taste of him, warm, rich, and intoxicating, makes my head spin, and I lose myself in the feel of his lips, the strength of his touch, the way his breath hitches slightly when I tangle my fingers in his hair. The waves crash softly in the background, the sun casting a golden glow over everything, and for the first time in days, I stop thinking. I just feel.
Chapter 50. Adrien.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 51. Renee. The morning sun filters through the windows of the villa, the sound of waves crashing against the shore, a soothing backdrop. I stretch lazily in the oversized bed, my body still humming from yesterday. Wine on the beach. Adrien's hands on my skin. The feeling of being so close, so connected. For once, there's no heaviness in my chest, no doubt swirling in my mind. It feels good. And then I smell coffee. Curious, I climb out of bed, slipping on one of the soft robes hanging in the closet. The plush fabric caresses my skin as I tie the sash around my waist. The villa is quiet as I pad toward the terrace, my bare feet whispering against the cool marble floors, and that's when I see him. Adrien is standing by the edge of the pool, his back to me. He's dressed in linen pants and a white shirt, the sleeves rolled up as the morning breeze tousles his hair. The rising sun catches the dark strands, highlighting them with threads of gold. He looks deep in thought, shoulders tense despite the peaceful setting. There's a tray set on the table nearby, coffee, fruit, pastries. The aroma of fresh croissants mingles with the salt air. He's holding something small in his hands, turning it over as if he's working up the courage to do something. From where I stand, I can see his fingers fidgeting with whatever it is, his usual confidence seemingly wavering. "Good morning," I call softly, stepping out onto the terrace, the stone warm beneath my feet. He turns, his face lighting up when he sees me, all traces of nervousness vanishing in an instant. "Morning," his voice carries on the breeze, warm and intimate. We sit together at the table, the coffee rich and hot, the fruit fresh and sweet. He's unusually quiet, and I can see the tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers drum lightly against the edge of his cup. "What's on your mind?" I ask, tilting my head. I can read the anxiety in every line of his body, the way his fingers keep fidgeting with whatever he's holding beneath the table. He smiles, but it's a nervous smile, one that doesn't quite reach his eyes. The morning sun catches the tension in his jaw. "You, mostly? Me?" I ask, raising an eyebrow. My heart starting to pick up its pace. Adrian's rarely this hesitant, this careful with his words. He nods, setting his cup down and leaning forward slightly. His eyes lock with mine, deep and serious. "Renee, I've been thinking about us, about everything we've been through, everything we are, and everything we could be." His voice carries a weight I've never heard before, making the morning air feel thick with anticipation. My heart starts to race, the weight of his words sinking in like stones in still water. "Adrien." The morning sun catches the tremor in my hands as I grip my coffee cup tighter. He holds up a hand, his expression soft but serious. The gesture both gentle and commanding in that way only Adrien can manage. "Let me finish." He stands, pacing a few steps before turning back to face me. The expensive fabric of his suit catches the light as he moves, each step deliberate and measured, like he's choosing his path as carefully as his words. "I've spent most of my life running," he says, his voice steady despite the vulnerability in his eyes. "From people, from problems, from anything that felt too real, too permanent. But with you, it's different. You make me want to stay still." I watch him, my chest tightening as he continues, fighting the urge to take control of the conversation like I always do. For once, I force myself to remain silent, to let him lead this dance between us. "You make me want to stay, to build something, to be better." He pauses, running a hand through his hair. "You make me want to take risks, not at a poker table, but in life, with you." He reaches into his pocket, pulling out a small box, and my breath catches as he kneels in front of me. "Renee," he says, his voice softer now, "I love you, more than I ever thought I could love anyone, and I don't want to waste another second pretending like this isn't what I want." He opens the box, revealing a simple but elegant ring that glitters in the sunlight. "Will you marry me?" For a moment, I can't breathe. The world seems to stand still, the sound of the ocean fading into the background as I stare at him. This man who's challenged me, infuriated me, and somehow, against all odds, captured my heart completely. My hands tremble at my sides, and for once I don't try to force them steady. I don't need to be in control, not with him. "Yes," I say, my voice breaking as a tear slips down my cheek. "Yes, Adrien, I'll marry you." The words feel right, feel true in a way that terrifies and thrills me all at once. The relief on his face is immediate, his grin wide and full of unguarded joy as he slips the ring onto my finger. It fits perfectly, catching the light like it was made just for me, like this moment was inevitable from the first time we met. He stands, pulling me into his arms, and I bury my face in his chest, laughing through the tears as he kisses the top of my head. His heart pounds against my ear, a steady rhythm that matches my own, and I know with absolute certainty that I've made the right choice. "I promise," he murmurs, his lips brushing against my hair. "I'll spend the rest of my life proving that you made the right choice." His arms tighten around me, protective and possessive in a way that makes my heart flutter. "You already have," I whisper, looking up at him. His dark eyes meet mine with an intensity that still makes me weak in the knees, even after all this time. In them, I see everything I've ever wanted: safety, understanding, and a love so deep it takes my breath away. And as his lips meet mine, the future doesn't feel so uncertain anymore. It feels like ours.
Hey fam, Jacob did a lot for this couple. Even when they were ready to give up, he knew what to do to make it right. And look at that, he even has a story of his own. To find out more about Jacob Stone, listen to Miss Tyla's hit serial, Say Less, I Love You. Thanks for listening, and see you next time.